Enemy team scoring. Enemy team scoring. Enemy team scoring. Enemy team scoring. Enemy halfway to victory. Enemy team nearing victory. Enemy team score.
After an incredible game number 1 comeback, we're hopping into a game 2, an important one at that. Sentinels going up against Cloud9, and Sentinels with one of the better comebacks that we have seen so far on Stronghold's Interference.
Yeah, Interference is one of those maps that really steamrolls out of control. We're going to see something a little bit different here, and this is kind of Cloud9's wheelhouse, right? Slayer games, they tend to do well. It's Game 5 Slayers that they have a bit of a problem with. So we'll see if they can stop that momentum that Sentinels got in that last game and start on their own momentum here in Game 2.
Cloud9 are going to have to clutch it out if they plan on, usurping Sentinels here in Pool Boy. Let me tell you, Sentinels have been absolutely on one, and after that comeback, I definitely see why Precision is one of the better players in the game. We saw him go from 3 kills and 10 assists to just slaying out like crazy towards the end of that game. It was absolutely insane. From the assist to the slays, he literally does it all. And right now, tied up at 8 apiece at the moment, Sab does go down.
It's always good to have a guy that cleans up your kills, Tony. I get to do it for you all the time. You just do all that damage, I'll clean up the kill for you. It's great to have teammates that you can count on there, and it looks like both of these teams are counting on each other as well. It's 11-10. Sentinels take the lead.
Multiple going down for Cloud9. Sentinels not only take the lead, but take control in the game as well. And you see them get aggressive towards the A side. Look at the shots from across the map from Precision. The nade should do max damage as multiple players are stuck in the PD side, and Sentinels are surrounding them.
Yeah, you see what they do, though. They don't peek. They don't take any damage. So they're allowing their team to come off a spawn on that red room side, which is Tusk, to get there to help them out, especially with this camo coming up in 5 seconds. It's very important that they stay alive in PD, and they're still alive.
Both teams want to stay alive and get to see that camouflage. You got to fight it, you got to bait it, and ultimately got to get it for yourself, or at least get the burn as the Stalker ends up burning out all its ammo. It's still Sentinels. They are slow and steady, keeping Cloud9 limited as far as their movements, keeping them stuck here towards the A side, and eventually they gotta think that camo will belong to Sentinels if things continue to go like this.
Do you see why they did that right there? They don't fall into the trap of Cloud9. They bait them towards the A tower, and they use the Bulldog to take advantage of that fight. Now it's a 3-kill lead for the side of Sentinels, but it's gonna be a big win right there from the side of Cloud9. Make that 2. They tie it up.
A 3-kill swing go to favor of Cloud9 to tying things up at 15 apiece, and we switch gears towards Precision, who's stuck waiting for his teammates to come off of spawn as opposed to pushing by himself and making a Tony-like play, if you will.
Pushing by yourself, if you have that individual skill, just fine. I know you're not liking this stat right here from Lethal Tony. 0 assists in this game thus far. He does fall as well, and Cloud9 now take the lead by 1.
Luckily, it's still very early in the game, so I'll give him some time. In fact, he just got his first assist, so there goes your pass right there. Tied up at 18 apiece once again, but Suspector's double off the screen gives them a 1-kill advantage here, and we're seeing Lethal. He wants to go after his former teammate, gets sent back, but luckily the assist is just as good as the kill. The C side is cleared out.
I really love that he's held on to this shroud screen, right? He seemed like he was in a bit of danger right there, but he can utilize this shroud screen for the new camo coming up in 30 seconds. That's going to be vital for Sentinels if they want to take this lead. Again, we're tied at 19.
Looks like he actually just swapped it out for the repulse. Repulse,
well,
fun, offensive, defensive, a little bit of everything, but I'm sure one of his teammates picked up the shroud, and they're playing that exact same play that you said as Sentinels. Able to push out of the Charlie side of the map, camo just about to come up, and both teams slow the game down. They know one false move can cost you a camouflage, and one camo can cost you the game.
Lethal's in a very important position here on the bottom of Tram, right? Look how much damage he's able to do. Boo Boo sneaks away with that camo. That's a camo for Sentinels.
Back-to-back kills, multiple deaths. Cloud9 struggling to stay alive on the map here. Not only do they not know where camouflage went, which is dangerous by itself, but now their spawns are being influenced by the remaining members of Sentinel. There's nowhere to go. Boo Boo Dooble has you trapped, and Boo Boo Dooble, he's gonna get his.
I love that. I love how aggressive he is with his camo. He even puts a shot into a player from Cloud9 on the bottom of Tram while he's no shields. And again, it's going to allow Sentinels to push on in and get the kills necessary. We went from a tie game at 19 to now a 9-kill lead for the side of Sentinels off that camo.
And that's what the best teams in the world do. As the game goes longer and longer, they get better and better, and they never lose steam. Right now, Cloud9 need a big pick-me-up at the moment. You find yourself down by close to double digits, and Sentinels are now starting to control the rhythm of the game. Something has to change here. Sad finds an easy one-shot onto Precision, gets away with his life. These are the kind of engagements that you need, but it's still a 10-kill difference.
Yep, Septify and Suspector, while Sab was staying alive, both went down there. So yes, that continues to rise here for the side of Sentinels. You got to do that damage that Sab does, but everyone needs to back up in tandem, and it just didn't happen there. And again, Sentinels find themselves with the power weapons in their hands.
34-25 in favor of Sentinels at the moment, and Suspector making sure he uses his cover masterfully, losing teammates left and right as they try to push off of the A side off of spawn, and Sentinels are going right from the C side. Both teams are going to meet right in the middle, and they are going to brawl it out. Right now, Sentinels happy with trades. Cloud9 need clean kills.
You see Sentinels don't push up on the B side. They stay on top of Tram, right? They don't go to the low end of B Street, and it allows them to have that advantage of the high side of Tram. They take that advantage, and they run with it. 37 now to 28. Sentinels lead.
Another camo comes up, and Sad wants to make a play for it through the shroud. Like you said, so important with going for the camouflages, but he wasn't able to get out. And Falcated absolute shreds half the members of Cloud9, and those are deaths that you cannot afford. Sentinels now 9 kills away from going up 2-0 in the series.
I love that wipe by the side of Sentinels, but I also love the positioning of Boo Boo Doo Boo there, right? Staying on that PD side, making sure to block that spawn, forcing all of Cloud9 to spawn on this B Street. And that's exactly what happens. It's now a 13-kill lead.
Yeah, at this point, Sentinels are so close to going up in this Slayer, going up in this game number 2, and Cloud9 find themselves simply too far behind, stuck over towards the Charlie side. But maybe this is what Cloud9 needs. They need room to breathe, and they have that within Charlie.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit, right? And Sentinels decides to always take that breath away, though. They choke them out. They pressure through. This time, it's going to end up in another trade, which is what they're looking for. And again, another kill from Falcated, cleaning up kills. His Sentinels, great job out of them.
One squad wipe away from taking it. And Cloud9, although we've seen moments so far this game, so far this series, we haven't seen enough to put a game together. Cloud9 have slowed down Sentinel just a bit, but it seems like you're only delaying the inevitable. And here comes the inevitable. Like Thanos, Sentinels right in it. One snap of a finger and one more kill needed. Septify. Well, that was a big win. Oh, my gosh.
It was a big win, but unfortunately, Sentinels just going to be able to come off a spawn, and they're just going to clean this up. There's the back smack. There's the win. Sentinels lead the series 2-0.
Wow. 50-35 is going to be your final score line, but to be honest with you, it felt like more than that. It felt like practically a stake tackler with the way the Sentinels were able to just simply pull away at that 20-kill mark and just dominate from there. Cloud9 maybe won one engagement since then, and then since after the 20-kill mark. And after that, it was literally all Sentinels dominance.
Yeah, Falcated was the player for me. 16 kills in that game, but like you said, it was the dominance of the team, the pressure, the aggression out of them is what I love to see out of Sentinels.
16 out of Falcated. Not too far behind him is Boo Boo Doo Boo, 14, and even Precision 12. That tells me that is a full team effort that you see right there, at least as far as the kills department. On the opposite side of things, you know, you see 20 kills out of Suspector and Septify. Normally, that's decent in the Slayer. The problem is normally you need somebody on the top end of that, dropping the 13, dropping the 12s to kind of balance things out. And just simply not enough firepower. Those engagements, when you get into battle with Sentinels, it's a 4v4. You can't be the first one to go down. You can't be the first one to go 2 down. And that just happened too many times for Cloud9.
Yeah, Cloud9 started again this series really strong, but they weren't able to close it out. They weren't able to close out that game 1. They didn't start with game 2. I mean, again, you got to look at Falcated, right? 16, 7, and 11 assists out of him. Beautiful.
Falcated was our leading man here in this matchup, but who's going to be the leading man in game number 3? When we come back from our break, we're going to have more Sentinels versus Cloud9. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here with your HCS Atlanta Major, hosted by FaZe Clan, and we got game number 3 of Sentinel versus Cloud9, and we already have snipes on the screen. That's what I'm talking about. That's how you start off a game.
That is how you start off a game. Precise is precision. With a beautiful shot, that takes top tower control. And again, we talked about how important this sword side is. With that Bulldog being on this sword side, it's so important to keep control of it. Cloud9, though, they do get 2 kills. They're looking for another one, and that's the OS in the hands of Falcated to prevent that.
Sentinels had the sword side of the map here in the early game, but Cloud9 answered back, cleared things out, and that sniper, who knows where we're from there, but I know Falcated is going airborne to take down Suspector, and there goes that snipe. Quick body shot onto Septify, and the cleanup is almost as quick.
That was really important by the side of Falcated because Lethal died with the snipe on the Cloud9 side of the base. So now it's going to be some snipe-on-snipe action here, and that shot will be good. Falcated with a beautiful one to the head.
You know, if he's hitting angles like that, you know he's feeling himself. That was beautifully played by Falcated, and nothing but execution from there. But right now, it's Septify on the chase, not allowing Falcated to stay alive with that power weapon anymore. But that's just ran out of ammo, and Lethal has one. Oh, good God.
Lethal somehow found a snipe once again. He ends up falling, but I think that snipe is depleted. And again, now all the power weapons are pretty much depleted. It'll be just Bandit Rifle on Bandit Rifle action here, and you see Cloud9 trying to pressure the base of Sentinels.
Lethal off of spawn here has to stare down the reticle of Suspector and Sab, but they weren't able to capitalize on that, so we see a bit of a back down here. Suspector right back into the action, covers his teammates back perfectly, but Falcated is there to clean up literally both of them.
Yeah, great trades, though. It's going to be 3 down for Sentinels. Cloud9 maintain control. Precision goes down as well. That's another clean kill, and if Cloud9 can keep up this pressure, they can pull this flag.
Positioning, positioning, positioning. Make the game easier on you. That's Septify's motto as you see him take down 3 members of Sentinels here on their half of the map, and that means a flag being run by Cloud9 and more damage being laid down. 3 down for Sentinels, and another crazy angle.
My goodness gracious, this is great. The flag's going to run past the 50% portion. They're continuing to pressure on the side of Sentinels once again. This flag will go in bar anything crazy, and it'll be Tusk that punches in Cloud9's first cap.
I feel like we shouldn't be surprised right now. Cloud9 have started game number 1 and game number 2 incredible, but they haven't been able to finish these games. Their starting strats, good. The mid game, good. How can they close it out?
It's got to be the pressure and the confidence, right? We've seen them go to Game 5 with multiple teams. We've seen them go to Game 5 against Sentinels here. We've seen them go against FaZe as well. They haven't been able to close out those Game 5s, but that closing out starts right now here on Empyrean, where they have a great start.
Well, if you want to close out a game, why don't you close the distance? And one thing that can help you do so is the Bulldog.
That's
I
right.
promise. I didn't know Bulldogs had Tusk, but oh, whatever. We'll figure it out here. Suspector and Sab and Tusk making a perfect angle onto the map, making a perfect line as they slowly approach the base of Sentinels, or at least defend theirs, at least for now. So 1-0 in favor of Cloud9. Excellent damage down by Tusk, but he can't quite stay alive. Sentinels defense now might convert into offense, as Cloud9 are seemingly stuck in their base.
Yeah, but look at this. They wait for the 5 seconds for their shields to come back. They know the Sentinels is going to pressure on through, but Sentinels come out on top of the trades once again. That's all 4 down for Cloud9.
And another run being here. This time it's going to be Sentinels coming now. Cloud9, they struck first blood with the first cap, but now Sentinels look to answer right back. Even the tower side players can't find the angle onto the flag runner. Lethal is long gone, and Falcated now putting down a little bit of extra damage because ain't nobody stopping Lethal from tying up the game.
Yeah, great job once again by Lethal, making sure to get that flag through as fast as possible. And now the pressure comes in from Cloud9. They're trying to pressure off of the positioning of Sentinels. Since they were capping that flag, they try to push up past that 50% portion, but Sentinels are there, and they're ready to stop that.
Cloud9 looking to try to have some kind of counter cap opportunity, but Sentinels have just been ready at every single turn, and now you allow Booba Dooba to get away with the sniper. 8 bullets to work with. Cloud9, watch your heads.
This is the diversity of Sentinels, right? We saw Lethal with the sniper. We saw precision hit shots with the sniper. Now Boo Boo gets his shot. You got to give everyone a chance to shine, and Boo Boo's doing just that on his top tower.
He has more than force on his side, let me tell you. He has the long gun. Excellent body shot from across the map. Trust his teammates to pick that up. This overshield is being fought over, but Tusk is doing a great job of holding Boo Boo Doo back. Boo Boo Doo still looking for the no-scope, but Tusk, he gets the overshield. Flag being ran here by Sentinels, and Boo Boo Doo working on the spawners. He has a lot to manage right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of multitasking happening for the side of Boo Boo, but look how he plays this. He stays alive. He knows that flag is running through. He knows that OS doesn't matter. Second cap in for Sentinels.
And Snipe still in the hands of Boo Boo and still having that sword side control. It's a 2-1 lead in favor of Sentinels, and I thought Cloud9 might be able to use that overshoot to get aggressive onto the side of Sentinels to stop that flag, but like you said, it ain't matter. He was long gone.
It's just priorities, right? Boo Boo doesn't drop down to take out Tusk. He's like, okay, you got OS, I've got a snipe, I'm going to pressure your spawners. That's exactly what Boo Boo does. Boo Boo was at the forefront of that play, and he played perfectly. Now you see another snipe in the hands of Boo Boo, or the same snipe, and another one coming up there on the spawn of Sentinels.
Another sniper coming up, and he still has 4 bullets in this one. There's going to be a lot of sniper action on the map as Sentinels have this sniper surrounded, and Cloud9 starting to move forward, starting to get a bit aggressive here. Down by 1 cap, plenty of time, but you don't want to count on time. You don't want this game to get out of control.
I really love Boo Boo right there, right? He spots the shoulder of Septify inside that sword, but it's enough information to allow his team to push on that side of the map. Now he controls the high side all by himself, but honestly, with all that pressure happening on the low side of the map on that sword side, he's free to just go right through.
Right through the long hall he goes, falcated through the green hall. We have a double push out of Sentinels, and they have infiltrated the base of Cloud9 at the moment. Snipe is going to be so important, especially as Tusk gets his head peeled right off, and now everybody from Cloud9 knows it. Septify, he gets a snipe of his own.
Yeah, Septify getting the snipe inside his sword. I was going to say, he's starting to heat up a bit. I was expecting Boo Boo to respect that, right? Do not challenge him, but Boo Boo does anyway, and he ends up staying alive here. Septify getting pushed by multiple players. Now he's got to deal with Boo Boo again. Boo Boo, want that snipe, Tony.
Down to 1 shot. Septify has to do everything he can to stay alive. Boo Boo Doo's in there, and he's gone. Suspector comes in with the Bulldog and the flank as Overshield and Rockets are coming up. 360 kickflips being happened here by Septify, and a pivotal point in the map. Rockets, Overshield. Who gets one, if not both?
Septify is controlling the sword side. He had 1 bullet to control that sword side and keep that control and convert the overshield, and he hits it when it matters the most.
Last time Cloud9 were able to grab a hold of an overshield, it was Sentinels that were able to still get a cap. Now Sentinels 3 down, and Cloud9 are here. They're in the base of Sentinels. Not the most efficient overshield in the world, but at least they have rockets. It's a good plan B.
Yeah, getting rockets in OS should guarantee you this flag cup. You get 3 down for Sentinels, but you allow Lethal to get a double beat down onto you. Now you're pulling this flag when they're all alive. There's not a lot of efficiency happening here.
It's not always just about grabbing the powers and power weapons, but knowing what to do with them, having a plan, and Suspector's plan is very simple. Bust through the front door. A double out of Suspector should mean that flag is at least moving forward. I do see Precision on the overextension here. How important is he?
Yeah, Precision is a very important player in this position, right? If he can stay alive on that shotgun side of the map, it's going to make things really difficult. And Suspector didn't know until right now. Look again at the peak shot. It's going to be a remote detonation for Lethal, which trades out that kill. But again, it's Cloud9 who are struggling to close things out.
With some very scrappy Halo coming out of Cloud9 right now. And again, we see moments of greatness. Moments look very good here for Cloud9, but what's been their problem? Closing out a game. I don't care how you look in the beginning of the game. I don't give a damn how you look in the mid game. I care how you close it out, and Cloud9 haven't done it yet.
It's so important for Cloud9 to perform. I mean, obviously they have their matchup against Shopify Rebellion later, but both these teams they're going against are vying for that top 4. They're showcasing that they are the top 4 in the world. Cloud9 are the only ones that stand in their way, and they showcase they can defend, but again, it's the closing out of games and situations in those games that Cloud9 is not able to do.
Last time Sentinels and Cloud9 met up on land was back in London and went down to a game number 5. So far, Cloud9 find himself down 1 cap, and more recently, it's been 6-0 for Sentinels, 2 3-0s, and if things keep up this way in 2 minutes and 26 seconds, we're going to see another 3-0.
Yeah, great point, Tony. There's only 2 minutes left in this, just about 2 minutes left in this game, and not a lot of time for Cloud9 to step it up. But again, we've seen those sparks of brilliance. Can they turn into a fire? is my question. We know these players are capable here on the side of Cloud9, but you've got to get through Sentinels first, and you've got to get through Boo Boo with 4 shots of the snipe.
I ain't even got abandoned right now. Ooh, just nothing but a shotgun and a sniper. I love me some shoddy snipers. I play me Rumble Pit. Don't worry, I'll be in the playlist. Multiple shots going down here. 4 bullets to work with in the sniper. Not sure exactly what the Bulldog. 5 bullets. This is not bad. If he stays alive, he can be really important for Sentinels, but Boo Boo Duba goes down with both of those power weapons.
Yeah, I mean, I got to point out someone on the side of Sentinels as well. It's going to be lethal. He's got that overshield. My man is 19 and 12. You know how many doubters doubted this man and said he doesn't belong at number 2 of the top 25 Halo players of all time. They doubted him, and he's starting to step up. This is what I love to see out of Lethal.
Who's doubting Big Daddy Lethal? Because I'm going to have a conversation with them. Ain't nobody around here. Let me tell you, I'm going to have a conversation with you if you're doubting Lethal. 1 minute, 16 seconds on the clock. 2 bullets and a dream from Falcated as he plants 1 onto the head and 1 onto the cankle of Tusk.
1 minute remaining, though. This is not a lot of time for Cloud9 to get a cap, and guess what? There was a lot of pressure once again. Sentinels are suffocating them off of their spawn. They can't move, Tony.
Cloud9, really, we had high hopes for them.
We did.
We've seen Cloud9 do work here in the online season. We've seen them do work, even look better on land. This was a matchup that we knew could go to a Game 5 again. This is a matchup that we knew Cloud9 could easily take it to a Game 4 with momentum on their side. But just because you can do something doesn't mean it'll happen. You could wish it all you want. Right now, Sentinels have brought them down to reality. Cloud9, less than 30 seconds. This is where we find out what you're truly made of. Can you slay out? Can you hold forward? Can you touch that flag?
There's a lot of players on the defensive side of Sentinels here, but 2 of them go down. Now it's up to Septified to try to push on the long haul side. But what do you do when Falcated doesn't miss a shot? 9 seconds, all that remains. The last second push there on the side of the map. Cloud9 getting in the base of Sentinels.
They need a pull, and Tusk is there to at least start it, but the slays come out quick. Sentinels are able to wipe Cloud9 out of the base of them, and now nobody there to touch the flag, and I was hoping, but
unfortunate.
There it is.
They had a chance, Tony. Again, we talk about them often, right? Taking Sentinels to a Game 5, taking FaZe to a Game 5 in London. They have the potential, but they can't close it out. So what do you do in that situation? You can pawn it off to it being a Friday. You can pawn it off to it being pool play, and maybe they're not warmed up yet. Maybe they haven't gotten into their stride yet. But again, Sentinels have come to play. They come prepared.
That they did, and I will say, you know, big ups to Cloud9 for simply not giving up. Going all the way down to they saw 0 and beyond. 0 than the pie chart that signals sudden death. Tusk, there was probably no chance Tusk was going to cap that flag. But he gets into the base, pulls it to at least force the sudden death, and just hopes that there's slays that go around there. But Sentinels were on full-on defense. They weren't missing a shot. They knew exactly where Cloud9 were coming from, and obviously it ended up the way it did.
Yeah,
That's a 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, I got to talk about Lethal once again, Tony. 22 and 15, a 9.7 KDA. The guy is coming to play today, and this is what I love to see. If he's playing like this on a Friday, I cannot wait to see what he does on Saturday and Sunday.
Oh, yeah, we already know he's going to get better and better as time goes on. 9.7 KDA. Big Daddy Lethal is here. He's in the building. I promise you that. Meanwhile, Cloud9, tournament not over for them.
No,
you know, they still have the rest of pool play to play, and you know they can still even end up on the upper side of the bracket as well. If they're not guaranteed that I'm on the lower side, tournament is far from over. It's still here early in the ATL.
Yeah, 100%. We'll see if Cloud9 can continue here. Of course, they've got to play Shopify in a couple of matches, I believe. That's going to be another tough one. Woo. They place third in London, so we'll see how they fare against these teams.
Yeah, if Cloud9 thought they had the work cut out for them with Sentinels, let me tell you, Shopify Rebellion right around the corner, and they're looking to do the same. 3-0 in favor of Sentinels. We're going to go on a short break. When we come back, we have more ATL action, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere.
What's up, B-Stream? We're back in action here. We have Ascending Baseline and Complexity for you in another pool play match here. I'm joined by Dave Walsh himself. And we're excited for this tournament, kicking it off with a couple of teams that maybe we don't predict to go pretty far into the bracket, but these are big matches in pool play to determine how far will their potential take them. Because first things first, Dave, you need to make it out of pool play, and I think both of these two teams could find themselves with a very quick weekend if they don't perform well here.
Yeah, I think pool play in some ways tricks teams into thinking, all right, we got some room for error, we got an easier Friday, or we got some, you got a little room to play with. But the reality is, you don't have that much room for error. You need to still be winning the series you need to win, and you need to win the close matches. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself in the elimination bracket or possibly out of the tournament.
Yeah, and so for both of these two teams, you already know that they're going to have some big dogs in their pool, so these matches are so crucial to their journey this weekend as well.
Yeah, anytime you have, essentially the 8 and the 9 seed playing each other, you need to win that matchup. Anytime you are essentially tied in seed or very close in seed, those are the ones that, hey, these are the coin tosses when it comes to on-paper performances, and you need to perform.
Yeah, because if you don't win this series, well, surely you're not beating FaZe, we'd like to think. And then the open bracket team's really the only other realistic chance you have of getting a series win. So this one, crucial. Right now, looks like Complexity off to a hot start. I love this new Complexity lineup. They bring Rain back, obviously, bringing Breaking Shot in. A young, talented player right now. You know Ryan, who's throughout his career, he's found so many different hidden talents, hidden gems. Is Breaking Shot going to be one of those for this Complexity roster? We're going to find out, but they have now taken the lead. The trip cap not in effect anymore, but a 32-27 lead and continuing to climb here on Interference Strongholds.
Yeah, but Ascending Baseline able to please stop the bleeding. They get control of C and just battling over that overshield. Looks like Breaking Shot going to grab that OS and control still in the hands of Complexity.
Yeah, perfectly timed slays there for Complexity. Not only keeps their control, but it gets them that overshield. And on Interference Strongholds, when you get that overshield with 4 dead paired with it, it can often snowball. Breaking Shot picks up a massive double there in the kill feed, as well as going down, but a lot of pressure and damage from the kid early.
Also, just watching from Breaking Shot's POV there, those last battles, every single little corner he's just jumping up against. He knows where a pipe is. He knows where he can just slightly offset his head height as players are trying to get that final shot in him. So it's just really impressive movement all around. And that's what you're looking for when you bring on these newer or younger guns. You're like, I want someone who's going to hit their shots and someone who is just going to be eager to play all the time and someone who knows just these small individual details. And that's where you bring in the veterans to come teach them the team play. When it comes to communication, the overall macro picture on how to play the game, you really aren't able to learn that until you join a top team or play with some top players to really show you, open your eyes and really teach you the bigger picture.
Yeah, you can't teach the individual skill. You got to have that as a base to work around. And right now, Breaking Shot at 7-2-6, leading the way for the Slays in Complexity. 82-38 now, still in control of Complexity, and I love this route by Rain.
I like that too. I didn't know about that exact ledge there to jump up, so great route by Rain. Not having to take super long to jump out as exposed over towards Overshield, just gets that flank over near Whitehall.
And it's perfectly timed as well. So the long haul players are coming through. They're able to get a couple of kills, but since then, Complexity's gone all 4 down. You're seeing Ascending Baseline now start to get their first real control since early stages of this game. It's a trip cap now in effect, and they will start to make up this 50-point deficit very quickly if they can get around the Slay.
Yeah, and Sunrise trying to still do some damage over here, but pressure being met over at the Carbine. You knew that players are going to be spawning over near that elbow side. It's just they had too much pressure across the map. They have a trip cap, and there's limited spots they can spawn.
Hopping on board with Sunrise, and something we were talking about coming into this series, we don't know a ton about this Ascending Baseline roster. I think we've all heard of Mose. He's been in the European scene for quite a while now, but the rest of this team seems to be a bunch of maybe potential up-and-comers in the Infinite scene, a bunch of young players we would assume. And let's see what they can bring. This Complexity roster full of veterans now starting to keep up in the Slays category is a great start. 3 of them tied at 9. They are currently neck and neck in kills with Complexity, and that's a good sign to start this series off because I would assume that they are heavy underdogs coming into this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just used to always feel that the top European squads could start to hang with, maybe let's say the 8 through 12 range of the top US squads, but that has flipped over these last few years somehow. the individual skill level of these top European players has skyrocketed. So all of a sudden, you have players like Sunrise, like Moze, all these people that can hang and in fact are outslaying these other players on the Complexity roster.
Right, guys that have been there, done that, and have a couple of championships as well. Ryan knew a player to speak of. We know the success he's had across so many different titles, and this is a new squad for him. It is 130 now to 108, ascending baseline with the control that they were able to gain. They were able to take the lead, actually. Now Complexity finally have 2 strongholds in their favor, but we'll see how long that lasts because they have Rain going down, and it does look like ascending baseline are going to be able to transfer over C. However, it looks like Complexity has their eyes set on A.
Yeah, the ascending baseline trip cap just went by so quick. I felt like they were down by about 70 points, and before you knew it, they were up by 30. So we're going to have to see how ascending baseline does now that they're just holding this double cap, because we know Complexity, they showcased that basically the first 3 or 4 minutes of this game. They kind of held double cap, they got a temporary trip cap, but just kind of held control overall to get their 100 points.
Yeah, I think when you see interference strongholds specifically, you'll see a lot of trip caps and how teams tend to rotate between these strongholds so quickly because of the map size. It's very condensed. And if you're able to collapse on respawners, you will see that trip cap effect in for maybe a minute and a half of time, and that results into so many points. Look at it now, 178, 180, and climbing, ascending baseline, taking control again.
Well, look at this. All of them flooding in towards the bunker side of the map. They are not hesitating. They're not trying to spread out and do a perfect setup and everyone play their role. They're saying, all right, we heard they spawned bunker. Everyone collapse on bunker, get those kills. And then they started to fly on over towards C. And just because of that, they got about another 60 or 70 points throughout that setup.
And this is a map that can be so punishing. You're seeing it here. Players getting split spawned across. So it's a 4-on-2 here over at the tower. Husk goes down, breaking shot goes down, the pressure is on, and when you're trading in these situations where you have control, that is a win. 220 now and climbing, just 30 points for ascending baseline to steal game 1.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how Sunrise decides to play this one, realizing defense is maybe the best offense. Catches Husk overextending into A, and now the push is going to come out of here by Sunrise and crew. They realize they can take up a little bit more ground. They realize the furthest one out from Complexity has been killed, and look at this, Bass Toss putting on pressure over towards C. So even if Complexity can get over towards B or towards bunker side, they still got to worry about this C cap. I don't know how they break out of this.
This game is going to be over. Complexity nowhere near a stronghold. They are able to get into A as they transfer over B. So in a moment, Complexity, for the moment I should say, they have stopped the counting for ascending baseline. But right now, 3 of Complexity members go down. Husk, the last player alive, he's spotted an A, doing everything he can, but there's too many players to deal with. Husk goes down. Ascend baseline, take the AC setup, and breaking shot, not able to get his feet in, coming off respawn. Ascend baseline will take game 1 against Complexity in pretty dominant fashion.
Very dominant fashion, especially considering that Complexity got off to a 100-30 lead, up by 70 points and just getting absolutely crushed towards the end. So huge plays there by ascending baseline. We're going to have to see what they can do in game number 2, but the old era is not here anymore. EU has come to play, and there is not as much as this big individual skill gap or team skill gap that we used to see years ago.
Yeah, you can even see a little bit of disrespect as far as how aggressive we saw ascend baseline on there. They didn't seem intimidated by any of the plays that they were making. They truly feel like they were going to win that game from that trip cap and about halfway when they were down 70 points, about 120, 130. Ever since that point, they were aggressive. They were constantly applying pressure, constantly figuring out ways to trade, at least in an advantageous position. And when you have that like recipe for success against some guys that have some intimidating names, Rain, Ryan Noob, even Huss has been around placing in the top 8, the top 12 for a little bit now. It doesn't seem like that phase is ascending baseline at all, at least here in game 1.
Yeah, so fantastic performance out of ascending baseline. We're going to have to see what they can do in game number 2, and we'll be right back.
All right, back in action. Game 2 underway. And we're on board with Sunrise, a player that really impressed us, honestly. For my first time to be able to watch his point of view there in Game 1. We'll see if they can keep up the momentum. Right now, Complexity looking like they put a lot of pressure towards the shotgun. Millsy is going to have the red gun and find a couple of kills on the side of Ascending Baseline to tie this game up. Camo's popping in 5 seconds, but good control so far for Ascend Baseline here to set up for this Camo.
Yeah, even trades. Let's see who has the better position. That's going to be Breaking Shot. I doubt the burn happened there. It seemed pretty quick. We're going to have to see everyone collapse in towards the bench. And there is the Camo pickup for Millsy. Millsy's got the Stalker Rifle, the Repulsor, Spike Grenades, and a Battle Rifle. Oh, no, a Bandit.
A Bandit.
A Bandit.
Ton to work with, and this camouflage and red gun can be so lethal if he's able to find players not looking. But that Brute Grenade is a great way to kick open the door of this passive setup from Complexity right now. Ryan Duke tries to hit an Insta right there, but because the Insta misses, he dies for free. And right now, this momentum from Game 1 seems to be finding its way into Game 2, because a 9-6 lead, even though you got the power, it looks like you have Complexity on their back feet.
Yeah, you and I were talking on the side in between these games. We were saying, you know what? Yeah, Rig, Strongholds can be a very snowball-y game. You can get a big lead, things go your way. And you should generally be able to slow down Slayer. Unfortunately, though, Street Slayer can be a bit quicker. Streets is one that you can go back and forth. So if Complexity were looking for something a little bit slower and a little bit more breathing room, they are not getting it right now.
Not until Game 3, potentially. But right now, Ascend Baseline looking to push the pedal to the metal here with this pace so far, up 13-9, and that's with Huss starting at 7-0-3. He's got to be the only reason the Complexity are still in this Slayer.
Yeah, this would just be an absolute landslide right now if it wasn't for Huss, and that can be it can be confidence building, also can be demoralizing when you're in something like Huss's position. You get a killing spree, you're like, I got a killing spree, and we're still down by 5? Come on, boys.
Always a bad feeling because you're wondering, how long can I keep this up? I need you guys to find your foot in this series. Right now, still just a 5-kill game, so not too much of a deficit here.
5-kill game thanks to Huss.
Yeah. Huss at 8-0-4, still keeping up the pace for now. But as the rest of Complexities tries to find some rhythm here, it's going to be Huss finding the 9th kill before anyone else on the map can go down. But that could be a great pick for Complexity to push off of. They've got 2 in their numbers. It does look like a couple of trades have come across the board, but that's all 4 down for Complexity. A beautiful set of shots there from Sunrise. Keep Ascend Baseline consistently in the lead, now up 7.
Yeah, and I liked what we saw from Complexity there. Even though it didn't go fully in their favor, they're saying, all right, these guys are charging us. Let's set up some traps. Let's sit towards top. See, let's get in power positions for a moment and let them come to us. You don't need to force the action right now against the Ascend Baseline. When you have a team that is just all gas, no brakes, you get to just take the power positions. And that's what a Complexity needs to do. They also need to be spread out a little bit more. You can't just take power positions in one spot of the map. You need to be power positions that you can have crossfire across the map.
Huss finding his 12th kill at the game. At this point, he's on record for a 25 bomb if he keeps this up. 25-22, a 3-kill game, still in Ascend Baseline's favor for now. But they look like they're in a tough position here, Dave. All stuck in the back of PD, and here comes Complexity.
Yeah, and this is going to be Breaking Shot on your screen right now. Turned just a little bit early, I believe, right there during that fight, assuming that Bulldog shot was going to get the finish. So clearly this player's trying to min-max every little turn in the game. They're trying to get that finish and then turn for the next try.
Yeah, I thought that Bulldog shot was going to kill him too.
That
Bulldog shot was insane by Ryan Noob. Gets a very generous shot there as he finds the double, starting to pick up his pace as well. And right now, Ascend Baseline, the game's tied up. What was once a 7-kill lead is all of a sudden just about an even-kill game as Huss gets away with this camo. They need to find their footing once again because it looks like Complexity, once they've gained this control, Ascend Baseline has had a hard time dealing with it, but I say that. They find a couple of kills, 2 more players stuck in PD. Can they flush these players out without trading too many lives? The answer is yes, and they push the lead back to 5.
But somehow, even though it's a 5-kill game, you still got to say Complexity's still in this somehow. Despite Breaking Shot having a rough one thus far, clearly getting a lot of assists and working with his teammates, but non-stop pressure coming out of Ascend Baseline, not giving Breaking Shot or this Complexity roster really much of a comfortable moment in this game.
Yeah, not letting them breathe, not giving them a minute to catch their breath is a big factor to what appears to be Ascend Baseline's opportunity in this series. 39-34 here. Sunrise jiggle peeking over this Flowers position, trying to make sure these nades don't take too much damage from them. able to play his life, and I like that. He doesn't commit to the fight. He sees that his teammates are fighting elsewhere on the map. Can he rotate to potentially help his team trade these kills out? The answer is yes. He finds Rain running away, no shield, and extends the lead back to 5.
Yeah, and I think Sunrise played that so well for a couple reasons. One, like you said, did not commit to the fight. Secondly, decides just to move on over to the opposite side of the map. As soon as you reveal yourself in one location, those players over on the B Street side are focused on you. You can keep their focus still on you as you rotate on over towards Neon, towards Cafe, and help the other side of the map.
He basically turns a 1v2 into a 3v1 on the other side of the map.
Like you said, exactly. On the B side of the map, it's basically a 2v2 because they assume that player's still there. But all the way over on Neon and Cafe side, it's all of a sudden a 3v2 in favor. So he's kind of a two-man job across the map.
All of a sudden, it's an 8-kill, make it a 9-kill game, and only 3 to go for a Sim Baseline to take a 2-0 lead here in this series. Ryan Noob, not to know, shield cleaned up by his teammate Bastos. And right now, we haven't even mentioned his name, but Bastos is 19-5-11. He's pulling a husk, but in a greater fashion at this point. He's got the teammates around him to help him push this limit towards 50. One more kill to go, and Moses is going to find the double, and a Sim Baseline are going to go up 2-0 on this Complexity roster.
I mean, for your first match of the day, you got to wake up, and this is Complexity just getting rolled right now. Ascending Baseline, playing so incredibly well. Complexity probably going in. You know, I saw them warming up over there. They looked hot. They looked fine during warm-up, but you cannot come in cold, and you cannot underestimate a team like this.
No, not at all, especially not with the way scrims have been going online for Complexity coming into this tournament. Against any of the notable top teams in North America, Complexity has been struggling. You had to think for them to find any sort of momentum, it was probably good that they didn't have to see one of those top teams early in the tournament. They got to see the third-ranked team over in Europe, and that's where you think maybe we can find something to build off of for this weekend. But so far, it has been all a Sim Baseline. Now that they take the series up 2-0, Complexity, you have dug the ultimate hole for yourself here in this series and potentially in this tournament if you are to get 3-0'd here in this series.
Yeah, Complexity have their work cut out for them in this series, in this tournament. Can they do it? We'll be back soon with game number 3.
All right, here we go. Game 3, Bastos on screen, the man of the hour in Game 2. And apparently he grabs the snipe for this team, so maybe we're going to learn a thing or two about this kid and how individually talented he is. But he goes immediately down without even getting a chance to shoot that sniper. And Dave, we were talking about it as this flag is being pulled, that this is probably the map mode combination that Complexity needed to see if they want this series to go a little bit longer.
Well, yeah, it gives them a little bit longer of a game type. Secondly, on Empyrean, it's similar to something like Recharge, where a lot of your flanks and moves have to be very well thought out and methodical as you're going across the map. You can't just fly across the map like you can on something like Streets. Not saying that this guarantees to favor Complexity, but it is at least a change of pace. And if you're someone like Complexity, you're looking for a change of pace as you get your first cap in for this game with only 6 kills on the board.
Yeah, if you want to turn this series around, that is how you start Game 3. A cap in the first minute is exactly what the doctor ordered for Complexity here. The issue is 3 go down as they cap that flag, so is there a counter cap potential here? As that's a massive kill on the Moze that Rain's able to pick up. Almost picks up the double on the Sunrise as well. Sunrise is going to be able to stay alive, so Complexity still have work to do coming off respawn.
But at least they have the side of the map they need. They got Rain spawning over in the courtyard. Get to do some damage here, but we're in this tricky scenario here, which you know Ryan Noob and Complexity are comfortable with. They are happy to go trade for trade on flag grabs and get into this chaotic position.
Yeah, and Sunrise is going to have to drop this because the flag's already on his side of the map. He sees 2 of his teammates go down, make it 3 go down now. That flag going to for sure get put in. You'd have to think it's up to Millsy to try and stop it. Millsy doing everything he can, but as he's distracted by Ryan Noob and the chaos happening in training, the cap gets put in as the return gets taken. And it's a 2-0 lead now for Complexity. That was a beautiful job of coming off respawn and overextending, and Ascend baseline clearly struggled with that strategy.
And also when I look at slays across the board, our Ascend baseline actually ahead in slays, and yet we have 2 caps from Complexity. It's basically even or ahead in slays for Ascend baseline. But 2 caps for Complexity because they did that during crazy situations. We did have a answer or, recovery cap right there from Ascend baseline. Somehow after they got that second cap on, Ascend baseline run that one through green/hall, at least get an answer there. And trying to go for a dub cap, but not going to happen as Bastos is taken out. But
I was about to say, all this chaos is happening in Sword, and flags are being run multiple times. You saw a cap happen, and all this combat that was going on in Sword had nothing to do with the objective. Players kind of out of position there for Complexity as Ascend baseline. We're able to get one and another one on the move. It does eventually get stopped, and it looks like they have control with the numbers advantage here. Snipes are coming up, and great teamwork to keep Hustle alive here will allow Complexity a chance to pull a flag. 3 down. Sunrise actually coming off spawn right now, and they can get this flag to the training. This game could be over quick.
Interesting. They side throw on this one under bridge. Huss takes a pause for a moment. Moze actually under bridge. Must have been the only person that was out there from the Ascend baseline roster. And this flag is moving towards training. And based on the slays, I don't know if anyone from Ascend baseline can get in position.
Now this
especially with Bastos getting picked off there.
This one's going to be over. I think Moze actually got an under bridge spawn right there. It doesn't matter though. Complexity able to punch that flag in, and we thought that was going to be a long game. We thought wrong. Flags were on the move constantly, and Complexity fight back and answer in this series now just down 1-2.
Yeah, that was such a quick one, and we're going to have to see how this goes going into game number 4, Recharge Oddball. I thought no matter what, this game was just going to be a longer game. And I guess I'm wrong in every single call here thus far, Wes.
It's tough to make. I mean, that's the thing when it's like casting some of these teams we know so little about. Complexity we know a little more about. They've been playing in the online scrims. Sometimes they're streaming. Sometimes teams that are playing against them are streaming. So you can get a good base for them. But we have never get a chance to see a team like Ascend baseline play. So the surprises, the tendencies they have, truly something we're witnessing for the first time. And Moze going 10-7-1, the most positive player for Ascend baseline. But, I mean, that game went by so quick. That may have been the fastest Empyrean CTF we've seen in tournament play in quite a while.
Wouldn't surprise me. Out of pool play and pro bracket-wise, I don't know if we've seen a quicker one that's had 4 captures like that. But, you know, we're going to have to see how the rest of the series plays. Game 4 and potential Game 5 would be Recharge Oddball and Live Fire Slayer. If you're looking at how these games have gone thus far, when it comes to the map layouts and how quickly you can charge across the map, and if you take more calm and calculated routes, Recharge Oddball is going to be more similar to Empyrean CTF, where you have to take
I would
those more
agree.
calculated routes. However, Live Fire Slayer, you can go flying, you can go soaring if you need to.
It can be a toss-up. So if you get the power weapons, you can kind of post up with
Yep.
Snipe and turn it into a stalemate. So I believe we'll settle this on live fire as well.
I
but
think so, yeah.
We'll have Game 4 coming up for you in an oddball game. That Complexity has a must-win if they want to stay in this series. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Back for Game 4, and we want some more, so what can Complexity do to push this to a Game 5 right now? Breaking Shot trying to push into the top tower. He gets double naded right out. It's a 2-2 split. However, Sim Baseline do go 3 down momentarily, so it looks like Complexity will take their momentum from Game 3 and win the opening break.
Yeah, and although I did say that these maps play a little, similar style as far as longer routes, this can go either way. To be honest, I mean, Ascend Baseline, they were looking so strong throughout the first 2 games that this very well could have been 3-0. And I was also thinking back on game number 3, sometimes just losing a quick game is sometimes better than losing that long, drawn-out game. Like, as far as
Absolutely.
momentum goes, like Ascend baseline, by no means you're like kicking themselves, like, oh my gosh, can't believe we lost this overtime pit flag. Instead, they're saying, what happened there? We'll go back and watch that later, but let's just get into game number 4.
Yeah, it wasn't like Game 3 was a long, drawn-out game where you lost a ton of individual fights.
And Slay-wise, yeah, Slay-wise, they were doing just fine.
Looks like we are going to have to reset the game. We have a member of Complexity that's no longer with us in the server, I should say. And as Breaking Shot continuing to keep his shot warm as they wait for the game to be ended, you saw early that Complexity got off to an early lead, and I'm starting to wonder, for a team like Ascend Baseline, players that we don't know the history of their professional career, we'll call it, and it's probably because they're fairly young, I should say. A game type like Oddball, Dave, I feel like always favors veterans that have been around the Halo scene, that understand rotations at the highest level, setups at the highest level, all these different dynamics that play into it, rather than a Slayer or a Strongholds, where usually playing fast and winning your gunfights is the recipe for success.
Yeah, I mean, end of the day, if you get the slays, generally things are going in your favor, but you're right. When it comes to those evenly matched battles, it's knowing when you get the slay, am I rotating this ball? Am I playing it? Am I just parking and slaying? And
when am I dropping it?
Yeah, exactly. So all those sort of plays are going to come into effect throughout this next game, and we'll wait till we get everyone back in the lobby, and we'll be back in just a moment.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and it's a 10-point lead for Complexity as the reset of the match for this Game 4. Complexity trying to push this series to a Game 5, and Breaking Shot picking up a big kill here as he finds a second assist as well to get this camo control and another setup for Complexity early in this game.
What an active start for Breaking Shot, too. Just charging all the way over towards top elevator. Flying all the way down to get camo. Just getting so much shots, so much damage. Shows how much freedom they have across the map right now.
Yeah, you're starting to see Complexity start to pick up the pace a little bit and be able to compete with what a Sim Baseline was able to do in games 1 and 2. A good job to trade out Breaking Shot right there from a Sim Baseline, but still work to do. You find yourself down 28 points and climbing as they lose 2 members. Complexity's setup will once again hold strong.
Rain getting some cleanups across the map, taking out Bass Toss at the bottom of the stairs. That's 3 dead, and Mose is the only one alive. They're going to keep staggering these. Yes, they are. Ryan Noob getting the second stick onto Mose in a row. Last 2 deaths from Mose. Sticky grenades.
Ryan Noob can be so tricky with those stickies. And right now, 48-0 is where this setup will finally get broken as the ball gets played. Complexity do a good job to rotate that ball into blue to be able to neutralize it once their setup is gone. And the Sim Baseline, if they want to compete here in round 1, have a lot of catching up to do. Plenty of time to do it. But you need to find some slays as they still have players without a kill in Millsy and just 1 in Sunrise. 2 players that have been traditionally throughout the series obtaining a lot of kills, but it's a slow start here in Game 4. Big kill from Mose.
That composure there as you're in that spot. Generally, you just start jumping and windmilling, and if I'm in that position at least, and trying to get as much damage as I can. But Mose somehow keeping it calm and collected, finishes off Rain, gets 3 or 4 shots in a row.
And look at what that sparked. A setup now for a Sim Baseline, starting to chip away at the lead, the 48-point lead that was once Complexity's lead here in round 1, now cut in half because of a nice win from Mose. It allows them to get a decent setup there and at least do some damage to this score differential.
Bass Toss gonna somehow live with this camo, decides to bring it back in the pipes. Breaking Shot and Complexity don't want it there, might as well bring it back into the pipes.
Good job by Bass Toss to find a teammate, get that teammate the ball, and he's going to start to run with this camo. A lot of information he's able to obtain here as he doesn't see a single member of Complexity. That ball carrier knows he is safe to get this game closer and closer to being tied up.
I like this play. Bass Toss not seen so many things from long haul for so long. Decides to just rotate on over there, but here comes the big push. Shroud going to cover that cross-map fire there from a Sun Baseline. That's going to be 2 members going down. That's not going to be a play ball. Can he get it out? Tosses, but is it too little, too late? Fighting for his life down here. Sunrise somehow winning like a 1v2, making a 1v3.
Yeah, Sunrise does everything to stop Complexity from being able to get ball time there. And I wanted to talk about that Shroud for a moment that Ryan Noob threw all the way from Catwalk. It actually one-ways the bottom of Red Stairs right there. That was a very cool little trick, cheeky Shroud. You're going to see more locations like that exposed as players continuously adapt and evolve their gameplay around some of this new equipment. And that was a very cool thing to see. As I say that, however, Sim Baseline will go down 3 players. Complexity trying to get this ball back in hand, but doing it the wrong way. Nobody with their gun up. Focus on Mose, and Mose mowing them down. Finds 2 kills and an assist. A melee onto the 4th, and all 4 members of Complexity pretty much go down to Mose and Mose himself. And now you're seeing not only do they have a lead, they're rotating it to blue as well. So they're going to be able to play this ball after they take what I would say is a significant 20-point lead.
Heard of Mose parting the sea, but Mose picking apart Rain here in this last engagement. They eventually get the play ball, but I was expecting a little bit more time from that. As soon as you get 3 or 4 down in a row like that, you expect to have a full setup, get 20 to 40 points, and instead it only amounted to about 12 points of time there.
Yeah,
so kills not translating to as much objective time as you would like.
They still did a great job to somehow go down 48-0 and now find themselves with a 13-point lead. Ryan Noob with another stick to his name is going to be able to make this just a 10-point lead. Surely Complexity can get this tied up here as multiple members of a Sim Baseline are coming off respawn. And this first round is going to go down to the wire. A Sim Baseline will have one good push in them here coming off spawn.
And look at this assumption here from Ryan Noob. Watches long haul for that extended period of time, and then instantly begins the rotation on over towards Turbine. Meets, I believe that's Bass Toss, gets the exchange 1 for 1, and the battle for the pipes begins.
Here comes Breaking Shot, a flank from the bat wedge. It's Batman himself as he picks up the first 2, spots Mose for the triple.
Oh my God.
And then great flank pays off for Breaking Shot as once again Complexity get ball in hand and need 15 points to close out round 1.
It feels like Breaking Shot's just playing more comfortably. I felt like we were watching him in Streets or even in game number 1. It felt like he was just either forcing these weird situations, weird fights, and now we're watching this POV from Breaking Shot. He's not hesitating. He's just going straight for the flank he knows, gets the last few seconds and the last few kills. Breaking Shot helping Complexity win round number 1 here on Recharge Oddball.
A 14-2-7 round from Breaking Shot gets Complexity across the finish line of round 1. And like you said, Dave, a young player on the come up. This is his first big chance, first series at a tournament. We noticed that there were tendencies that he was making earlier on in the series of giving up his life a little bit too easy, maybe not being as aware of as a player of his caliber we know him to be, that make those poor mistakes. But now it seems like he's finding his rhythm in this tournament and in this match specifically. 3 members of Complexity will go down, and Ryan Noob hiding top elevator with this camo is so sneaky because no one on the sim baseline expects Ryan to be here. They have not accounted for him, and this setup is going to be a disaster because Ryan Noob plays it perfectly. Finds the first kill, immediately drops down to take down the ball carrier for the double, and now Complexity once again will start to score.
Yeah, in a Ascent baseline, they knew camo was out in the hands of somebody from Complexity, but they were watching lines of sight. They weren't expecting him to already be inside the house, inside the elevator.
You gotta, when you know the enemy team has camo there, something you want to see from players in these situations is to play a lot tighter because you want to be able to trade that camo player out immediately. Unfortunately, a sim baseline, a lapse in judgment, a lapse in their setup, and it was broken wide open. 28-6 now. Complexity take the lead with an elevator setup still, and they're continuing to find kills with 3 going down on the sim baseline.
Yeah, Sunrise getting picked off there. Not sure exactly where he was supposed to go. Gonna scrap a few more seconds of time, but it's gonna be play ball time here soon for Complexity. The one thing they don't want is they do not want to give an elevator setup over to a set baseline. It's one of those setups that is strong and nice when you have it, but the second you lose it, it's like, wait, now they have the strong, nice setup.
They actually were able to break the setup, and even though Ryan Noob throws it out bottom middle, a sim baseline does such a good job of while getting the slays, they're bringing the ball simultaneously back into the elevator. So a sim baseline do a phenomenal job of grabbing that play ball attempt from Ryan Noob and bringing it straight back to have the elevator setup you saw Complexity try to avoid.
There it is, another play ball there. Sunrise, this ain't aim bot warm-up map. You have to reload, and gets caught off guard there by Rain.
Good shots by Rain there. It helped break this setup, and right now the ball being rotated to blue by Huss. Complexity have responded so well in each of these opportunities the sim baseline has had as setups so far throughout this second round. Because of it, they now find themselves up 30 points. They're going to get a play ball here from Huss prematurely as players are flooding onto him. He is able to get a stick and forces more members of a sim baseline to focus on his presence, and that was a phenomenal job by Huss to buy the rest of Complexity time to set up for this new play ball.
And I want to see at the end of the game, too, how many grenade kills are coming out from Complexity's side. I've seen at least 3 stick kills. But I want to see actually total grenade kills because it has been absurd just even seeing it in the kill feed.
Right now, ball being thrown up. Good teamwork from Complexity. Even
He's like, I'll just toss it right back out based on the amount of kills on the map, and there it goes.
Exactly. It's the thought that counts, and you can tell that they're on the same page. They are able to throw it out, and once again, a sim baseline there to pick up the tossed ball out into the middle of the map. They are on to Complexity's strategy of playing this ball out in the middle. They have always been there to catch it, and that's why this round isn't completely out of control right now. Still a 20-point game, but a sim baseline with ball in hand can make that deficit go away quickly.
That felt like an early play ball to me, but obviously Sunrise knows more info than myself because both his teammates, Bastos and Mose, taken out just right before that. So seems like a play ball right on time, but fell right into the hands of Breaking Shot.
Yeah, unfortunately, a little bit of their own recipe. Complexity are able to catch that ball, bring it right back to the stairs. You could tell that when he played that ball, he knew his teammates were about to stop dropping. Unfortunately, a sim baseline went 4 down in that situation, and ever since then, Breaking Shot has picked up that ball, rotated it towards long haul. He's going to end up playing it in this situation as they lose Ryan Noob. They want to keep as many players alive as possible to contest a potential setup from a sim baseline, and they force a sim baseline to push into this long haul. It's a trap from Complexity as they get 2 down. The ball is going to be picked up, but Complexity will smell blood in the water right now as they're able to Pressure that ball back blue. Ryan Noob forces the play, and I love this play by Huss to just forget about those players back blue and relocate top glass.
Agreed. The one thing you don't want to get caught in is when the team has the ball all the way over there at Hydro. You don't want to bring everyone over there and have all the low spots on the map. Instead, get over towards glass, get over towards elevator, have some elevated positions, and you can't overcommit, but you also can't undercommit to that position. He did his job, did his part. Ryan Noob got the play ball.
Yeah, absolutely. Good communication and understanding from Complexity there. 3 go down for a sim baseline, and with 13 points to go, Complexity look like they're going to push this series the distance if they're able to just to find one more set of slays. Heavy pressure on the ball carrier, and you got to go on that bat wedge. You can't dance with Ryan for too long. He gets 2 different melees onto 2 different players, and that's going to solidify Complexity pushing this series to a Game 5.
That is tough for Ascend baseline. You started off so strong, won the first 2 games, and then Complexity, they got their rhythm. They got some modes that seem to favor them a little bit better. It isn't a question of whether they can shoot and whether they can hang with this team. It seems to be a question of what game types and game modes are favoring these squads, so we are going to have to find out who's going to be better in that game number 5, which is Live Fire Slayer.
And I think we briefly talked about it a little bit a while ago about how the 2 first maps played into a sim baseline's playstyle. The second 2 maps really played the strengths of Complexity's playstyle. Live Fire Slayer is a game type that can be played fast and slow, so I'll be very interested to see how these 2 different teams' strategies kind of balance against each other to see who can come out on top. We're getting a look at the grenade kills.
Yeah, this is the part I really wanted to see here, Wes. Now, we got 8 grenade kills in favor of Complexity there, and I mean, I saw at least 4 of those in the kill feed.
Yeah, Ryan Noob getting his fair share, that's for sure. He was making work with those sticks. Good use of just scavenging for the sandbox, and those plasmas can be so dangerous and infinite if used correctly. Complexity creating so many opportunities with those nade kills, and that's not even those aren't even representative of damage that they did with grenades and then capitalized on. So
yeah, those are all the finishers with those. And I think one thing I'm starting to realize is Recharge, obviously, you know, compared to some other maps, you must have smaller corridors, more predictable movement, through, like pipes, doorways, and stuff, where you can just line up an easier stick your grenade. So maybe just being a bit more powerful compared to maybe a more open map like
Live Fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll find out on Live Fire here in a short bit. We are going to take a break before this Game 5, but we will be back for a Game 5 with Complexity and the Sim baseline here shortly. First game 5 of the tournament, first series we get to cast, Dave. It's no surprise the players tend to show up when we're on the mics, and here we go. Complexity and Ascend baseline in game 5. Well, Bastos is going to have the snipe in hand. Can't hit a couple of the snipe shots, but with this control, it is going to be a 2-2 split. As Camo's coming up, that's a big kill from Complexity to not only flush out this Camo side of the map, but to get snipe out of the Sim baseline's hands.
Everyone is focused on that window. They want to grab that sniper, want to get some control, and it is not slowing down. There's Breaking Shot now finally with the Camo. Garage behind him, cleared and open for his teammate to grab, but Huss and Breaking Shot both kind of stuck over here at the silo.
Yeah, interesting decision here for Breaking Shot to make. He loses 2 teammates, so you don't want to try and make too much of a play here with Camo. He does spot a player that's no shield. He's able to get that kill. He gets spotted here, and he's going to get taken down. Tries to get some good damage on the Moze, but not the power up use you really want with that camouflage, the power swing I was trying to say. Only 1 kill acquired, and you lost multiple members. This game's still tied up, and Complexity's kind of kicking themselves early on here, getting that first Camo, but not able to transition it into a lead.
Also, just a little surprised as to what ended up happening with that sniper in the end. There's no way that fell off the map. It was stuck in that window. Was there a chance that it was lost information from the Complexity side? They didn't know where it was down in the garage and just kind of forgot about it?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it got into anyone's hands, and that could be due to the chaos that Game 5s tend to ensue. All the pressure, all the comms that you know are being stressed. Maybe the snipe went
I think it might
unnoticed.
just despawned. Yeah, it was down in that pillar by the garage window. And the fact that we haven't heard any shots, haven't seen any kills in the kill feed makes me think that that one despawned, and Ascend baseline got to be thanking themselves for that one.
That was almost a disgusting insta right there from Ryan as he was no shield trying to make a play. Unfortunately, not able to hit the insta. I know you would have been proud of him if he had been able to pull that one off.
I mean, I was only doing it before with plasmas for the most part. That almost seemed like he was hitting off with some frags.
16-15, Ascend baseline take a 1-kill lead and give it right back to Ryan as a no-shield player peeks his head out. Ryan rips it right off. A big one-on-one from Millsy actually is going to interrupt that one-on-one and help Mose stay alive. Mose has started this game 5 off on the right foot, 10-1-3 to kick this one off, giving Ascend baseline everything they need to stay into this game. Second camouflage of the game is coming up, and Ryan Nib looks to have not only picked it up, but a couple of kills with it.
Here comes the spawns over at green. Where they decide to go. I think this is the correct rotation. Actually, what a weird spawns. His team's getting all kind of split spawns. Unless Millsy was the last one alive, I couldn't tell if he spawned at green or what, but this is a tricky scenario. He's going to be in a 2-on-1. He's not going to get a kill here. That's going to be Ryan Noob getting the finish. And Ryan Noob, is that Camo?
Camo Quantum.
All right. A rare combo that we don't see very often.
Yeah, I honestly think the Quantum gives away a little bit of
like visibility.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
But
you might see some of those trails on you as much.
Camo just ran out for Ryan, but this Quantum's still continuing to do work. He tries
He's gonna try it again. He's going to do it again.
He tries
There
a
he goes.
cheeky little back smack, but he's somehow able to create some chaos.
Go back.
And stay
Yes.
alive. All right, this is just ridiculous. Not your traditional Halo equipment, the Quantum is, but man, can it create some exciting opportunities, and can it be such a headache to try and deal with? You saw how many different players tried to focus on Ryan Noob there, but none of them able to have success right now. A 1-kill lead, and Ryan Noob continuing to be a thorn in the side of Ascend baseline, still alive as he drops down back tower, gets his shield back, but this team is not in a position to help him. Ascend baseline will not only get those 2 kills back tower, but they have snipe in hand and tie this game up.
Yeah, and Mo's still keeping that pace up. A lot of times you see a player or a star get off to a really strong start, and it's like, okay, they got that for a little bit, but they can't do that the whole time. But Mo's still keeping up that pace, still at 14 kills now. But that's also not the greatest sign since you're down by 2. You want to see your teams go on big sprees and get big leads.
Yeah, you can't keep up that pace as an individual. It's so difficult to try and ask Mo's to continue this slaying prowess. You need Ascend baselines, the rest of the boys, to step up if they want to win this game 5. The game is still actually in their favor as they take a 1-kill lead here, and it's because other people are starting to find those kills. Still far behind Mo's, but as this third camo comes up, Dave, this could be the most crucial set of combat that goes down in this series that could decide the winning factor here, as this camo is such a highly contested area, and you know people are going to be losing their lives trying to compete for it.
Yeah, and Complexities came out both times thus far for the camo. Is it going to be 3 in a row? There's the deaths one more time. 3 down for Ascend baseline. Fast toss. Getting shot down in the garage. Millsy's got his help. Camo still being
Good
contested.
shots. Big shots out of breaking shot. It's a perfect fob, but that camo still neutralized, still on its location. Sunrise is going to actually respawn, hit top middle, win his one-on-one against Rain. He gets cleaned up, but he's bought some time and some space for his teammates to maybe get this camo. The camo gets burned, however. Huss is here to play. Huss finds himself a triple and 1 shot away from an over. That player's going to be no shield, and here comes Complexity trying to capitalize on that damage. 1's in the bread. 2 for the money, and Ryan Noob and the boys now have a 5-kill lead off that camo fight.
What a crazy exchange right there. First, I was going to say a delayed grab from Complexity might have cost them the camo. Turns out into Huss just taking the game in his hands. 4-kill lead going into these final moments. Long-range AR shots. Haven't seen that since Big Sauce to Halo 1.
Huss pulling out his Halo 1 tactics. He's a young kid, but maybe he knows a thing or two about old classic Halos, because this AR is starting to shred players to no shield. Even gets the job done on the bass toss, and now 48-41. Complexity 2 kills away from ending this series in a reverse sweep.
What was beginning to look like the start of a rough tournament here for Complexity. They turn around the series. Now 1 kill away from being able to wash their hands clean and say, all right, that was scary. Move on to the next one.
Wasn't that fun?
Yeah.
Wasn't that fun? Complexity get the job done. 50-43, and as much as Mo's tried to carry a sim baseline across the finish line there, just not enough tank in the, or gas in the tank, I should say, for them. And they'll have to go back to the drawing boards, because it never feels good to start a series off so hot and finish what felt like so cold.
Yeah, and I was going to say that one's got to be real tough for Ascending baseline. What I thought was going to be a quick 3-0 from them. It's very difficult to go back and review a series where it felt like individually at times you're just playing great or fantastic. It's easier to go back and say, all right, we're losing all these fights. This spawn's going wrong. We did this wrong. But instead they're saying, well, I was destroying during my fights. It felt like we made a lot of the right decisions, but we still fell short.
On the inverse, you're looking at Complexity, and you're thinking, I feel like this series to me told me a lot about Complexity. From they're going to have some weak map mode combinations just about in every series. These small, fast-paced maps, they have got to find better ways of finding success. The elongated maps, the ones with tons of space and maybe a bit more strategy and things that you can feel your rhythm out a little bit more. Complexity looked like a much different team. I'm talking Empyrean, CTF, and Recharge Oddball specifically. 2 of the bigger maps we have allowed for their macro to really come into play, but the micro has got to be improved if Complexity want more success than just this series this weekend.
Absolutely, but kudos to both these squads. Tight game 5, but somebody's going to come out ahead, and that's going to be Complexity here. We're going to have to see how the rest of this pool play shakes out. That's it from me and Wes for this match. Stay around, and we'll get you a new match up soon.
Peace.
Welcome everybody to the official Andy Dudinsky stream, otherwise known as the Bravo stream. Can't believe you managed to get that brand deal done, by the way.
Yeah, I got lucky. Many years ago, about 2 decades ago, I was like, I'm going to lock this name in and therefore take royalties on any time someone uses the Bravo stream. Welcome along. Welcome home, baby.
Welcome to the moneymaker. Anyway, this game that we've got in front of us right here, you can see it on your screen, going to be Bittersweet taking on Space Station Gaming. We saw Space Station a little bit earlier on our main stage going up against Quadrant, a tightly fought series, but one that gave us a good indication of what to expect from SSG as they came out with that 3-1 win.
Yeah, excited to see what SSG looks like in this next match, of course, based on their prior opponents. You have to think, on paper, they might have an even easier result against Bittersweet, but 4 great players on the side of Bittersweet that you and I have talked a lot about, players who have had big success and also recently kind of varying degrees of performance. And now we'll see what they could do together, maybe give Space Station a run for their money.
Yeah, it's an interesting story, isn't it, this Bittersweet lineup? You look at some of these names, you've got Manny, Collect, Descendant, King Nick, and you can kind of, oh, hold up, let's talk about them in a minute. Let's talk about Eco first, because he's hitting some headshots as the time inside of this first hill is going to be collected here by King Nick, one of those players we were mentioning previously. Plays a little bit of play out before we go into that, but Collect gets the back smack, which might give us just a few seconds of time here. I mean, you talk about Bittersweet, you look at these names, and it's a collection of players that have always had the tag of next up.
Yep.
Right, you look at Collect, he was next up as one of the big superstar main slayers of huge individual skill. Descendant, kind of similar story, you got that chance and complexity. King Nick coming in to Halo Infinite was talked in the same regard as Bound, right, as being the 2 players who'd come through, and Manny, of course, was part of that Native Red roster that had such a great run, and it's interesting to see that they haven't quite maybe hit the heights that they're capable of yet, but to see them all together playing under one banner is an interesting lineup for sure.
Yeah, there's definitely also been rosters throughout Halo history that have been scrappy, kind of really young and hungry rosters. Triple for Legend, can he get more? Gets shut down, not before recording 3 though. Legend will register his 4th kill there, Bound right now with 5. Manny though leading the game with 8 as he tracks his 8th kill. But there have been rosters, as a first point does go in here for SSG, there have been rosters, Mark, that have been really scrappy, and you thought to yourself, these are young and hungry players, but I'm not sure what they're going to do. This one feels a bit different in that if they really get the recipe right, there could be something special here, and really it's going to come down to chemistry and execution.
That's a heck of a nade. It's going to do some damage. Collect trying to play off the back of it with his camouflage, and unfortunately for him, doesn't really get too much value out of it. The beatdown comes in, and 2 players from SSG combining to take down the 1 power player with that camouflage. You can see Bittersweet find themselves 3 dead here, and they're going to have to fight a little bit harder to get towards that hill as the final player will be disposed with at the back of blue.
Yeah, nice work here so far. from Bittersweet as they're able to rack up a good bit of time. They rack up just about 30% of the tick on our second hill. Space Station, though, with the help of Eco anchoring from the tunnel, does well to get essentially now a lead, it looks like, just about as they cross that threshold that had been previously set by Bittersweet. It was a momentary 3 dead, and now pretty bad spawn trap timing in terms of the rotation from Bittersweet. There should be more time for SSG.
Yeah, Stellar has got a double kill, and then when the respawns come in, gets the first kill as well in that SWAT. He gets another kill. So wherever Stellar is, he has to be dealt with.
Is he even
now.
in the map?
Here he is. Well, wherever he is, he's hitting a lot of shots, and finally Manny will shut him down, but not before Legend moves in to clean that up. So at the moment, Bittersweet can't even get out their spawn, thanks to that little run that we saw from Stellar. And now, interestingly, you're seeing maybe SSG just buy a few extra seconds here. They do get that second hill on the board, and this has been very, very clean from them.
It's good this, oh my heaven, the shots from Legend finally taken down. But it is good that Stellar was on the map there. Sometimes when you see a player rack up like 9 kills straight, you wonder maybe they're outside of the map on Ivory Tower. However, he was just instead top control. And speaking of control, it's 2-0 here, firmly in the grip of Space Station Gaming.
Well, there's Collect, and there's a little bit of a flash of brilliance, which is something that he's been known for. He got that nice little no-scope there, but unfortunately gets taken down, and then Eco racks up kill after kill with that shock rifle. He leaves. Legend doesn't win a 1v1. Put that one in your notebook, because that doesn't happen very often.
Maybe buy a lottery ticket even, because something's weird. Mercury's in retrograde or whatever they say. Take your chances now, folks.
Mercury's in Reykjavik.
Mercury's in Reykjavik.
Great emo band.
Quick layover in Iceland, and we're back to recharge.
We're back to recharge in the game in front of us. 2-0 to Space Station, still the score though. You can see that Collect has the camo, not for the first time, the second time in a row we've managed to see them collect that. So no pun intended in that sentence, however, here we are, and it's going to be an opportunity for Bittersweet now to, for the first time, really take the lead on one of these hills and have a considerable setup as he gets the pick onto Bound as well.
Ooh, gets a call out as well about Eco. You could tell really good comms coming in here. He's going to be ready for Eco to be there. Eco trying to hit some nasty instas. None of those connect whatsoever. Collect as well to keep his shields. Here comes the push.
Eco just being such a nuisance at the moment, and he's trying to escape, but he's going to get cut down as well. So 3 dead here for Space Station, and this should be the final few moments of this hill. Bound is last player alive. He managed to pick up a double kill and is trying to buy time and think about slowing this down.
Wow.
And somehow the aura of Bound has forced him out of the hill.
Man, that was wild. Like you said, Bound just staying alive on camo jump that long was so annoying for the side of Bittersweet. It actually could be bad. No, 3 dead, it's stopped. Eco's your last player in pipes. This should be a clean finish for Bittersweet.
Yeah, Descender's going to try and chase him down. Manny steps into the hill to finish that final kill. Last player to really contest and do a little bit of work. He's going to be Legend, and somehow he gets a kill. He gets a second kill, and it's a 2v2. It's got a bit scrappy, but King Nick steps in to finally get the first hill on the board here. So 2-1 with lots of time still left on the game clock. And Bittersweet showing a little bit of success as we see a little step jump coming in from Manny on the top of the elevator to win his 1v1.
It's good that they kept someone close to the hill there. The fact that King Nick got there and they got the spawn there, just because there was a moment, as it was 3 dead for SSG, there was a moment where you thought somehow SSG was going to get that stop, and that really would have been all she wrote. Instead, we got an interesting game here, 2-1 with 2:38 left.
Yeah, it was running away from them a little bit just for a few seconds, and looking across the stage, you can see how the game has kind of flipped a little bit, right? And it's that man Manny he's doing at the moment. 15 and 12 on the side of Bittersweet, and even though we saw that great run from Stellar, +3 for him, you can see that he just slowed down a little bit, and a lot of that was due to just the stronghold map control that Bittersweet had.
Let's see, Eco very nicely done. Grabs the shock without taking any damage whatsoever. 3 dead as well. King Nick is the last. Ooh,
there he
thought
is.
he saw him. Maybe
he saw him.
Eco might have been screen watching at that time. We'll see. Here comes around the corner. You know, it's really interesting from our POV. He will get the kill anyway, but if I had to bet, we don't have player cams on this stage. It felt like maybe he was screen watching there for a second, because obviously we saw him run across top gold. Eco didn't play that as if he had necessarily 100% seen him.
Yeah, I reckon he did see him, and he was backing up to a position where someone from tower could do damage first. Right? He's like, leave him there. Leave him on gold. If he pushes out, then there's going to be two guns on him, and off the back of the
big
plays,
brain, you're right.
Yeah, all the back of the plays that have come in right now, you can see that this is going to be 3-1 now to Space Station. A very, very clean break and a pretty clean hill from them. And I think every hill that they have capped so far has felt pretty clean.
Yeah, it certainly has. Eco retreats once again. Thinks about the Shroud. Does have an Insta in the back pocket as well. How many times have we seen the Insta prioritized? 3 dead. Eco is your last player alive. Manny's going to try to make the push.
Interesting here for Space Station. I think when you're looking at the game clock, it's usually like, oh, we're 3-1 up. What's the game clock saying? We might be able to play this one out with the bottom mid-hill. Manny versus Eco. End up just putting the guns down and saying, let's settle this like men.
Yep. That one got messy. In the end, Eco does close it out. Mainly, though, because of... okay. Mainly
don't
because...
Don't fight Eco in the streets.
Yeah, don't fight Eco, period. He's going to do, almost does it again. Legend is the one that gets the kill on paper, but really nice shot from Eco. The way he wins that battle at Hydro was he essentially got about 2 to 3 shots he shouldn't have got on Manny, just because he had really good ring around the Rosie skills, which I've always admired really since grade school. And back Hydro just perfectly just dipsy doodles around the pillar, stays alive, gets the shield, gets the damage. Bittersweet with a bit of time here, but really not a lot of time on the clock, if you ask me.
Yes, the one situation I think for SSG is that they've been so efficient on these hills that they probably have to think about winning this hill, right? Because it's going to give a lot of pushes and time for Bittersweet to get back on the map and formulate some pushes themselves to try and extend this game. Manny with the camo as well, and I tell you what, this is looking a little bit closer now. He's one of the last 2 players alive for his team. Decides to maybe prioritize some kills. Stella's going to be hunting down a few kills himself at the back of blue here, and Manny, the more time that goes past here, the more likely it is that camo is going to disappear. So information being collected as to where everyone has to aim their guns. Bound does have that shock rifle, I'm pretty sure, and he's trying to peek, he's trying to prod, he's just trying to create a little bit of a distraction for Legend. There's a kill for you, buddy.
Yeah, interestingly, went for the play on Stellar. Stellar actually gets cleaned up elsewhere, so as his camo dissipates, he alerts Bound to his presence there on Hydro, which is unlucky, and just like that, with less than a minute left, you have to think SSG is going to slay out for the next 53 seconds.
Stella's just flying in, Descender's just spinning around and throwing hands, and once again, he's going to be the player who will get the kill in that situation. Still plenty of time left in this game. I will say 50 seconds doesn't seem like a lot, but just remember that that clock will stop when you're inside of one of those hills, and we could see a 3-2 game here as Bound tries to buy a little bit more time and pick up some more kills.
Hey!
Oh my God, Descendant! That's the kind of individual skill that we know these players had. He looks for the Insta as well. That's going to be another point on the board here for Bittersweet, and all of a sudden, Space Station have got a little bit of thinking to do.
Yeah, nice set of plays coming in there from the side of Bittersweet. All of a sudden, as you say, a lot more interesting. 39 seconds left, so they will need to connect the dots here on several series of plays. We'll see if they can do it.
At the moment, just trying to clear Bound out. Legend's going to give him a bit of cover to pick up the kill. King Nick inside of the hill, and I tell you what, this is getting a little bit sketchy now. 3 dead for Space Station. Last player alive is bottom middle. He's Eco.
Ooh.
Little poke through the bubbles. And there is Eco. Once again, don't challenge Eco when it comes to a fist fight, but it's going to be an even trade this time. And with 32 seconds left on that game clock, and Bittersweet inside of that hill, Space Station going to be careful here.
This could be big. Just don't trade. Manny trades there in a battle you might argue he should not have traded. 2 dead for Bittersweet. Now the man advantage goes to SSG.
SSG just trying to play the clock here, trying to slay around that hill. They are happy to win 3-2 in this game, and with the first kill going their way, King Nick forcing his way up the red stairs. That big win, though, could change things, and Bound now has to make a play with this camo.
Let's see how he plays
How
this.
do he play this one?
9 seconds left. Clock is stopped. Bound need to just make sure he gets his kill.
Spotted!
Oh, boy.
And now that's information. King Nick might go down here, but it's information, right? 7 seconds left on the game clock. Challenge now comes in from Bound. He finds one. Another kill gets picked up. The double kill might have just ended this game. And Bound just showing, I would say, great patience, great discipline in that play. Although Bittersweet still inside of this hill. This is done. 2 seconds left.
Yeah, someone. What's going on with this hill?
Couldn't tell you,
Let's
buddy.
take a look. Oh, boy, look. Not done. Not done. Were there assumptions made? Were there assumptions? There were assumptions made by the side of Space Station Gaming.
There are assumptions made by this side of commentary team.
I think everybody was on the same page as Bound bottom middle, by the way, on bottom C steps, while 3 players are in the hill, and all of a sudden, we are in overtime, and SSG has miscalculated something in the closing moments of what should have been the end of the game.
Maybe Elamite's stopwatch isn't working. Maybe that's
Gotta
what
check
it
that
is.
stopwatch.
Well, Bound on our screens, another little step jump from him, but King Nick will win that individual battle. But look at the time here. Space Station have a lot of control, and that's a 4 dead for Bittersweet. And even though they made a hero play towards the end of that game, it looked like it might have just delayed the inevitable. Space Station will have a clean hold on this blue tunnel hill, and that should be them going up 1-0 in the series, and it will be them going once up.
Feels like SSG might have a kind of a deal, maybe a backdoor deal with the media rights team just to get things a little more exciting.
A few more adverts.
Yeah, a few more advertisements and also just a little bit more edge of your seat action to close it out to make sure that that game ended in overtime. Might be a contractual obligation. We will never know. That is one heck of a Spartan front and center.
Goodness me. That's exactly what I look like first
that
thing
is
in
a
the morning.
junkyard.
One eye half open,
junkyard.
cycle helmet on.
Actually, we were just looking at footage of that, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, in one of the top 25 videos. Junkyard Spartan reporting for duty.
Time for us to jump to a quick break.
Look at those legs.
Look at those legs. Oh, it's me on top, Wes Price on the bottom. All right, they're the stats, though.
26 and 21 from Stellar. Big numbers from him. He will
Very
lead the
good.
game in the kills category. Also leads, of course, unsurprisingly, in KDA. I can't
stop
Junkyard
looking.
Spartan is
Junkyard
too much.
Spartan.
Got-
It's too much.
He's got car parts as ankles and shins.
It's like the guy on the left has been invited to a party and said, bring a friend, and this guy turns up. It's like, come on, man. You ain't coming again.
What's funny is he passes the squint test because it looks kind of the same. If you're squinting at it, it looks the same. But the second you actually come to in the morning and you wake up at the house party, you think, how the heck did this guy get in here? He's the one who left the back door open all night for sure.
Anyway, time for us to go to a break to just basically recompose. 1-0 to Space Station. We'll see you in a sec. Game 2 is underway, everybody, and good news, we've managed to regain, not just here in the booth, but Space Station managed to regain at the end of that first game, because got a little bit dicey there.
Really did here. 2 dead off the opening for Bittersweet means a minor man advantage for SSG. First kills will go in. You have to think SSG is going to look to repeat what they did in that game 2 on main stage, right? That Slayer was dominant, 50-39, I believe the final score of the previous Slayer we've seen them play today. They're going to be looking to repeat here. Clean shots.
Yeah, one of the little... Whenever I watch Eco gameplay, it's the little things that I really enjoy. Like, he knew someone was spawning Snipe there. A lot of players would have been looking at Snipe, not thinking about the position of their Spartan. Just plays that wall. Like, if he has to escape from that fight, misses one shot, 2 players come up with that lift, he's in a great position just to back down. It's just the little things. It's perfectionist.
Yep, absolutely. 2 dead still. Brings the lead now to 8-2. Make that
3 dead.
3 dead as well for the side of Bittersweet. Space Station just really showing a lot of excellence right now, and I think that's what you need to see from a team that has now recorded a record low placing. I think really exciting for SSG fans to see them coming into this tournament, even here on kind of a B-stream match against an opponent like Bittersweet, lower seeded than the opponents that they will face certainly over the course of the rest of the weekend. To see them bringing that excellence to these early rounds is important in pool play.
Love the roots and the spawn blocking that was going on from Eco there. Not firing any bullets, but just making sure that nobody was going to be able to spawn out. Nobody was going to be outside of the reticles of the rest of his Space Station crew alongside him. And now you're going to see the collapse come in. Bound gets 2, Legend get 1, and Eco's saying, this game's really easy because I don't have to fire my gun.
Yeah, they're really looking, I mean, they're making this almost look like an amplified Slayer with the collapses. Like you said, it's just get the damage you need, go to the other side. Kill him once, do it again, go to the other side. It's really making it look like almost a little bit of a Halo 3 Forge map. 15-6 now is the score.
Doesn't have any more repulsors left, but just manages to kind of eke his way off of that ledge. Looks for the kill. Doesn't unfortunately get it. You can see it was a little bit split on what he what fight he wanted to try and end there, and decided to just try and go for that at least one. But the moment that he just looked away, unfortunately gave Bittersweet the way to pick up those kills and both players to stay alive. Camo now the focus, as you can see both teams trying to lock that down top middle. It looked like King Nick might have just swung in and picked that one up and got away, but around him, even though it's cool to be invisible, he's got no friends because all of them are dead.
Yeah, what good is invisible? People ask me what's your superpower?
It's a common question.
Yeah, what superpower do you want? It's like anyone who has invisibility, they would never say, and my friends to be dead, right? It's like, I would like invisibility and to still have friends.
Not at the cost of.
Right.
Yeah.
Never.
Maybe it's one of those good opportunities. One of the only good times to be a lonely person.
Yeah.
Who knows? Anyway, Collect gets 2. Bound to be taken down in the meantime, and now you're going to see a trade come in. Oh, no trade, unfortunately, for Manny. He gets thrusted on.
Happens to the best of them.
One more thrust less for him to work with here. Bound. 21-12 is the score. Descendant with a little bit of a wiggle and a worm around that pillar. As the flood now comes in elsewhere, it seems like every time we see one player win a fight from the side of Bittersweet, it's like it's a 1v1 they win, but unfortunately the 3v3 the other side only goes one way.
Exactly. Descendant now, getting his POV for the first time in a little while. Stellar connects with a tag, which will make him retreat here deep into the yard. At 24-15, you got to think this is already pretty difficult. Let's not forget, on Solitude, you can have some pretty heavy swing comebacks. It's not impossible. But it does feel like SSG is playing this Slayer very similar to their main stage Slayer, and they are ready to pull away, and already doing so, 27-15.
Yeah, one thing I love about these pushes that come in from SSG as well is like they don't get traded. Like they bait and switch so well. So even though you might be a bit hungry for the kill, recognizing that someone is there who has a little bit more shields to finish it off, it only goes in one column, right? It goes in the total on the score at the bottom. That's the only one that really matters. 30-16, make it 17.
Oh,
as Manny gets 1. And here comes Stellar, peeking through the windows and collects. You're gonna die as well.
Going to be a double kill. Gets the ninja on paper as well. That is unfair. That is very unfair. Yeah.
Although I wouldn't be saying ninja him. That was
yeah. I would have been like ninja him dead. 33-18, 34-18. Can't even keep up with the scoring here coming in from the side of SSG. Bound is 15-6. Almost has as many kills as all of Bittersweet.
Well, forget about that fight. Was not a good looking one. Legend will move in to pick up 2 kills, and Bittersweet once again find themselves 3 dead, not for the first time in this game. Also found who is the Junkyard Spartan, and that is going to be Legend.
Yeah, Legend there. Bound here with the Game of Thrones edition. Bandit.
For legal reasons, it's not the Game of Thrones.
This is the fantasy rifle.
Yeah.
the Wizards and Dragon rifle. Generic. 42-22 now. Which gives us
the bungalow of Lizard's rifle. Oh, this is getting out of hand. It's more than one way. The scoreline is out of hand. We are getting a little bit out of hand here as well. 43-23, 20 kills, make it 21. Things are blowing up, and they're only blowing up at the feet of Bittersweet members at the moment. 5 kills to go here for SSG. Are we going to have our first stake, Andy?
We might. And actually, earlier you were saying if you're getting hungry, and you finished that with kills, if you're getting hungry for kills, but I was just getting hungry in general, which actually had me quite excited. And now that you're talking about stake, I'm rooting for the next 5 kills to go to SSG. We'll see if they can do it before Bittersweet gets 30.
Oh,
no!
No, that's
unlucky.
John Spawn's head's gone. There's Bound. No trade for you either. No trades at all, and it's going to be Bittersweet thanks to that, who somehow avoided the steak dinner. I mean, you'll take it, right? It doesn't matter how it happens.
Yeah, you just gotta make sure you don't get staked here on stream. 47-33, just 3 kills to go here for SSG, but Bittersweet avoids the extra salt in the wound, or salt on the steak.
3 more to go. Bound gets the jump onto Manny. Does enough to hit his shots that he has to hit. Collector will find himself a camo, but unfortunately I don't think he's going to have time to even let anyone know he's got it, because he is going to fall to the hands of Kevin Eco Smith, who will combine with a teammate to get that 50th kill. So Space Station looking extremely strong in that Slayer, and that's something to keep our eyes on, right? We've seen a few Slayers from SSG so far this tournament, and they've all been blowouts, and not against bad teams.
No, and also Bound just went 20-9. Wait a second. One of these is not like the other. We're going to make sure we don't get caught up in this. Oh, there we go. That's actually an incredible moment to have 3 blue Spartans and then hands behind the back trying to blend in with the rest of the group.
It's
Junkyard
you know what that is? That's the stag do where you tell one person his fancy dress, and everyone else turns up without it.
Or what Walsh told Strongside that his wedding was a costume party.
Yeah, that's the story for Dave Walsh to tell.
That is a good
And
one.
let me tell you, quite the journey that you'll go on. But that's the final score that you'll see in front of you. There's only really one story to tell here, and there's 2-0 to Space Station in this series, 50-35 over Bittersweet. Welcome back to the Bravo stream, everybody. It's 2-0 at the moment in the favor of Space Station Gaming as we move on to a little bit of Strongholds here on Live Fire. An opportunity to close this out, 3-0, and that would be the perfect start of the day for them.
That's right, 3 dead. Lock up your fantasy rifles. It's time to get into this sucker. Going to see Bittersweet scoring maybe in just a moment. No, B starts to get reset, of course, and SSG will now be the team you'd expect with the first. Oh. What in the collect? That was cheeky.
Sniper rifle here at B, so pressure can be put on. Descender's going to be peeking on the big door. Change to the sniper rifle from Stella. Usually you see him hit those ones, but we'll let him off for once for not quite connecting with that no-scope. Damage being done elsewhere. A little bit of a trade coming in. It's going to be a flip of B by the looks of things here for Bittersweet. And I would say when it comes to game types, when it comes to certain game types that you look at as maybe an upset potential game type, I feel like Strongholds is one of those game types that certainly if you get a bit of momentum on your side, you start to run away with things.
How is Manny alive here still? He's finally getting pushed by 2 players, not before getting at least a good bit of damage there. Does get collapsed on hard. We'll see what Collect can do. It's not going to be easy here. 1v1, and he's also going to get, tagged from the bags.
Descender's still here at the back of green though, trying to be a problem. Slides in, doesn't get the trade with Stella. Stella will take him down, and once again, we join Stella at the back of B, which seems to be his preferred position here on this map. It's where he feels comfortable.
Yeah. Very scrappy do off the base of this. You almost get the feeling that SSG just wants to close out the series, right? This doesn't feel as perfect as SSG's entire series has. It just feels like they're ready to kind of end this one. 3 dead still, and now they start to pull away in the scoring department.
Eco looking to maybe put some pressure onto A, and this is more of a try and kill me as the help will finally come, and by taking that player out, they'll know there's one more sort of hovering in and around, you would imagine, on A. There's that information that's going to come in, but Collect, even though they had the info, even though they spotted him out, it's a beautiful bank grenade to make sure that he delays that conversion of A. And while all of that was going on, you saw Space Station kind of lost B, but they should be able to, as we jump onto Stella's point of view once again at the back of B, they turn it over once more.
A little bit of deja vu there. Nice shots as well coming in from Stellar. How about also the fact that he still has the QT back B, so even if he leaves here, he will still be able to get, he'll be right back.
Yep, this is not too far from home. It's one of the most embarrassing things I ever had to do, by the way, as a child.
QT?
No, not in my day. I had we went to a water park when I was much younger, sort of 4 or 5 years old, right?
Oh, this is 4 or 5 years ago.
My dad attached me to a blue wristband. I was literally handcuffed to my parents because they knew I would go missing.
Listen. Knowing,
says a lot about. By the way, my parents are great. Just want to say this.
Listen, knowing you as long as I have, it sounds exactly like the right thing to do at a day at the water park. Hell, if you and I went to the water park, I might chain you to my arm. That's just gonna have a great time with you.
I was gonna say, me and you go more than 4 minutes from the hotel is probably a good idea. I like to escape. 84 points on the board and rising here for SSG. It's been a 2-cap for the majority of things. Getting spotted out top middle with camo is never a good thing to do, especially when it's Stella who's not going to miss those shots, and now we might get some fun.
Ooh, I thought he might hit the repulse.
No fun.
Thought he might hit the repulse first, maybe go right back up. Instead, he gets taken down. So there's a lot of goodies bottom middle. A few players are going to have their eyes on those, see if they can grab them. But now Bittersweet will be trying to get back into this game. Eco does double back in the descent with 1v1, cleans that up, and they maintain the man advantage.
There's some very simple things I think that Bittersweet can adjust here, right? It looks like there's a lack of trust, maybe in a teammate. From the way that SSG kind of bait and switch so well, let each other finish the kills, you're seeing a little bit of over-challenging coming in a few times. You're seeing people like try and slide out no shields to hit the headshot. Just buy a few more seconds. Wait for the help to come in. See if you can isolate a player in a 2v1 instead of a 1v1 and turn the 50-50 into a 60-40. So for SSG, it kind of plays into their hands with their teamwork, right? If you give them the opportunity, they're going to buy that second. They're going to take that second. And from there, you're going to see Bound now with a chance to hit some snipes. 4 bullets to work with, 3 in the chamber for now. Manny's going to find out.
Oh my.
That was just above the waistband, that shot.
Someone has got to clip this last 45 seconds from Bound. I mean, unbelievable. The way he isolates that battle, knows that there's players pushing Nest, isolates those 1v1s so cleanly, doesn't take any extra damage, flies up to Nest Bridge, waits for the help to come, then doubles back down Nest to get that kill. Still holding this down, by the way. Really nice stuff from Bound here, positionally, and also the way he lands those shots. Before all that, he won a 1v1. It's really nice play, and they're leading now by 100 for good reason.
Yeah, it's a very impressive run, this. You can see they're going to flip A. They should be able to contest the ends of the map as well when they do get the kill over at C. So information on where the players are is at B. They're going to just take their time here, and that's an important kill for Bittersweet, because taking the time, Space Station had the opportunity to do that. If they could have just took the seconds to get their shields back and reformulated a push, but getting that first pick always just gives you an opportunity to gain a bit of map control. That's what they've done. You can see SSG, for the first time it really feels in this map, now on the back foot for a few moments.
Yeah, for just a few moments, we'll see if Bittersweet can turn this into a little bit more. They're going to lose B, and they're already losing C. So what was a potential to put a lot of points on the board has quickly been shut down. This is an important 1v1, but it became a 1v2 pretty quickly in the end, just as you said.
Yeah, that's the example, right? That's the difference between the two teams at the moment. I thought for a few moments that Eco might have just been skulking around the back of B, looking for where Stella went, but
You're here somewhere.
He's here somewhere. Eco gets another one. Legend will find 2. So numbers heavily on the side of SSG. The 2-cap has been pretty strong for them so far in this game. And I've got to say, Eco is having a very, very impressive start to this tournament. He's 13 and 10 at the moment, but I just love positionally how he's playing.
And also, it seems like it's the SSG back B simulator so far. You just, whenever you tune in any POV, it's just back B 1v1 battles on repeat, which actually would be a fun game mode, if I'm not going to lie. I would actually like that quite a bit.
Just loaded in back B, both of you?
Yeah, you just fly. It's like Octagon, but you just have 1v1s back B. That'd be fun.
I'd agree.
I'd play that.
Not fun to be on the end of those shots. Manny gets perfected.
From back B.
Through.
Oh, yep. Got to be careful with that one, too.
Back B. Still all happening at back B. We're going to keep going here. We're going to keep flooding if we're Bittersweet, even though we've just lost 2 members. Manny wins a 1v1. Bound gets the trade. Bound gets 2 with the snipe on to collect. So back B,
yeah,
the big battle of back B.
Yep.
Fantasy novel number 1 is going to be one in this, well, certainly the early chapters are won by Space Station.
Let's cut to back B here for just a moment. And now we will see some kills traded out. And Legend is going to go now.
Let's turn our attention to back B for a few minutes.
Collect was the last player alive. Some interesting spawns probably coming in here. Collect waits for some teammates. And now they're going to try to make the push top mid. And probably after that, back B.
Well, there's a little bit of teamwork coming in from Bittersweet, right? You saw the communication. It's like, Collect buys his time, waits for spawners to come in, and then they double team top middle. They get that kill, and then you can see that SSG are forced to back down, give up a little bit of map space. And now they can try and push onto A, but the problem is, it's easy to do if it's a perfect scenario with 4v4 bandits only on the map, but a sniper rifle changes everything, and Legend is the man who has that. And then you also have Eco just not missing shots at the moment. He's shooting so good.
Big numbers. Look at the entire...
Oh, my sweet fantasy novels.
Wow. Beautiful stuff here. Legend goes to 15 and 10 in the game. Eco 17 and 13. Just huge kills coming out of the SSG side of the board. And just like that, 10 points away from closing it out.
Stella Ninja collect, or did he? That's the real question to answer here. SSG looking to flip A now as they know the spawns are coming over at C. Eco's trying to do his best over at C to get the reset. He does exactly that. And by doing so, that will be the triple cap and the game secured for SSG. And not only that, the series is done and dusted. 3-0, a very, very convincing win for SSG.
It really is there. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything. Legend.
I am.
Okay.
Everyone look to camera.
Why is he always load in first, dude? Why does he load in first? It looks so absurd. Gotta give a shout out to Legend, though. Only player to have double-digit assists in that game. Just huge numbers coming in from the entire side of SSG. There was never really a moment where it looked like they were not in full control.
Yeah.
Eco drops 18 in the end. Everybody else on 16. Hugely outslayed. Really impressive.
I mean, we asked, how are SSG going to set the tone in this tournament, right? They've lost 1 game in 2 series, and they've played against 2 very impressive teams. Yep. You look at the players and what the expectations were of Quadrant as well. So a great start to the tournament for SSG. They will be your winners here, 3-0, and looking pretty good.
Hello friends and welcome back to HCS Atlanta, hosted by FaZe Clan. Good news, if you're here looking to watch FaZe Clan versus Ascended Baseline, you are in the right place. If you're looking for other teams, unfortunately you have to stay here now. That's the way that works. You are on board with myself, Jersey1, and Daniel Gaskin, and it's a pleasure to be here with you all.
You just can't leave now. You have to stay here
You're
forever.
Here. You're locked in.
That's the rule, but if you are looking for FaZe, it's our first chance to see how they're actually going to be able to play here today. And as the reigning champs from last event, there's always the curiosity of what are they going to look like. But they're going to be going up against the Europeans Ascending Baseline, who have already shown today in a Game 5 against Complexity, they are playing pretty hot. They sadly didn't beat Complexity for themselves, but at least taking them to a Game 5 was very impressive.
Definitely a confidence builder for Ascending Baseline, and perhaps they can look at that as they're closing the distance on Quadrant and ITB, who of course they're adversaries in Europe, and every single time they seem to qualify for these events they are nothing more than cannon fodder. But going to Game 5 against Complexity, like I say, does give them a little bit of a confidence booster that perhaps they belong here in the big competitions and they can pose a problem to the biggest teams. Having said that, FaZe Clan, they are a very different entity entirely when it comes to caliber of roster you're playing against.
Yeah, it's different going to a Game 5 against a team that finishes, you know, around the top 6 area, but to try and take on the champions is a different matter. But, you know, we have seen FaZe Clan typically have slow starts to Fridays, go to Game 5s against teams that are maybe in the top 16, top 12 area. So that's something that Ascending Baseline can take away from this. And they did have a nice start. They were halfway through the first hill, but now FaZe Clan have responded. It seems like they've woken up a little bit, and they're about to put the first point on the board once they get the hit. And there we go, 1-0 to FaZe Clan. It was a good start from Ascending Baseline, but just not able to get over the finish line with that first hill.
Strong start, not a strong finish for hill number 1. Renegades got camouflage. Bastos hit the respawn screen. I think I'd like to touch upon Bastos and Sunrise, and we speak about players who are grinders, put in the shifts and play all the time. They're exactly that. Two Frenchmen who have been competing for the longest time in Halo Infinite and are finally starting to see some success and some reward for the hours and graft that they have put in. So it's great to see them consistently qualifying for international competition. And of course, it's always good to see Mo's back over here, trying to get amongst it, back to the top 6 where he once was. He's fallen short on many occasions, but he's still here and still has that hunger and desire to compete in Halo, and it's always great to see.
I think the target for Ascending Baseline is going to be just trying to get out of pools and not be that historic European team that just gets 3-0'd, gets sent out of the competition and doesn't get to compete in the championship bracket. And that could have been the matchup against Complexity, right? Getting to Game 5, if they had taken them down, that might have been the moment where they're able to get out of said pool. Against FaZe Clan, it's an entirely different beast. I do think that you've got the element of surprise. I always say that, like, FaZe aren't going to be looking up Ascending Baseline. No disrespect to Ascending Baseline EU, but FaZe aren't going to be researching them. They're not going to be worrying about them. They'll be going into this expecting to 3-0 them. Maybe a 3-1. They'll always give these European teams a little bit of credit and say, look, we know they can do a job, especially on a Slayer. They might catch us off guard, but if you've got that element of surprise, there's always something that maybe you could be hiding up your sleeve. I know that we've got quite deep into Halo Infinite's competition now, that there's not many 2 surprises to be had. There's not many strategies that can suddenly be come up with that haven't been used already before. But certainly when it comes to preparation, about starting strategies, etc., there is always that possibility that you can maybe catch a team off guard.
I think you mentioned about pools and how often the Ascending Baseline might find themselves in this situation and unable to compete. Most of the time, when they make it to pools, they're just trying not to drown. They're trying to swim along with the big fish, trying to coexist. Oftentimes, they find themselves falling short. Like I say, that result against Complexity, although it didn't go their way, showing great signs. They were able to compete against Complexity. FaZe Clan, though, already 1 hill to the good. It's pretty even in terms of time in this second hill. And perhaps a little push that Ascending Baseline can put together, they can maybe tie up this game. But as we stand, Snakebite's over towards back blue. Royal 2 and Millsy have traded. That's going to mean the ever-experienced Snakebite will step inside the hill and continue to score for his team.
FaZe now starting to outslay Ascending Baseline by about 10 kills already. So Royal 2 and Snakebite beginning to put numbers on the board. It's looking pretty dire for the Europeans. And it's 2-0. It's got more dire. So it was a promising start. And it was probably a hot-headed start of, you know, we've just come off the back of a Game 5 versus Complexity. We're feeling good. FaZe were probably caught off guard a little bit, like, oh, okay, we weren't expecting that kind of speed at the start of this game, but now FaZe have wrestled back control. They find themselves with a 2-0 lead.
And it's something that the baseline are probably pretty used to when they play against teams like Quadrant and ITB. They're well able to compete, well able to put things together. It's about when you utilize those strategies, when you execute them, that you keep them, you hold those setups. And unfortunately for them, when they play against the caliber of these teams, they just come a little bit unstuck and then perhaps find it difficult to get themselves back into the game. And as we head into hill number 3 over towards Whirlpool, FaZe are in what could be described as comfy zone.
Yeah, this game is not going to be lost in individual skill, really. I mean, every member of Ascending Baseline EU has played enough Halo Infinite that in an individual gunfight, they can kill FaZe members. I mean, I'm not saying they would win every single 1v1 in their favor. There's an example. Snakebite is one of the best players in the world and shows it in an individual gunfight. But 5 times out of 10, Moze probably can still win that fight, right? Maybe not 5, maybe 4. I'll give him 60% is going to go in favor of Snakebite. It's the team aspect, it's the teamwork, it's the tactics that FaZe Clan know, it's the chemistry, it's the experience that Ascending Baseline just don't have. But it's games like this that they need to play to learn, to get put in that position so they can say, okay, well, this is how we've got to try and escape out of these scenarios as Renegade puts a big double up. He almost made it a triple.
Eventually does fall. I think it's an interesting point to raise as well. Of course, Ascending Baseline will find themselves in the situation in Europe where perhaps they're dominating most teams, but then they come up against 2 or 3 that give them a real problem, and it can be very difficult for them to learn how to break setups, hold setups. And when you play against FaZe Clan, you play against Complexity, they ask you questions that perhaps you didn't have the answers to, and all they need is a few more reps in these competitions, and perhaps they can close that gap, particularly on the other teams in Europe.
Well, they're close to closing out this 3rd hill and putting themselves within touching distance of FaZe Clan going into hill number 4. It looks like FaZe are going to let this one go and will set up for next instead. So that is a great momentum booster for Ascending Baseline, and kills-wise, they're starting to put a little bit more on the board as well. As I say, that Royal 2 gets double. And Sunrise just chasing ghosts at that point, it felt like. It means that 3 are dead for Ascending Baseline, and FaZe Clan can take a bit of control on that side of the map with camouflage spawning in 27 seconds. I'd say it's not looking like an absolute demolition job on the side of FaZe, but I would also say, knowing FaZe quite well, probably at 60%, 70% right now. You can't imagine that the callouts are going to be screaming at each other, especially in a game 1. We have seen it happen in the past where FaZe don't give it their all against some of these teams, and then they kind of get bitten for it and have to wake themselves up going into games 2 and 3.
I think it is an interesting point because we heard about the Complexity result. We've seen the end of the game 5 when we were up on the main broadcast, and the question that because we didn't see the game, we're asking, did Complexity underperform, or were Ascending Baseline that good to push them the distance? And I think from what we're seeing here, certainly in the early stages of this game, they're able to hold their own. It's like you say, in those individual gunfights, they're not afraid to fight anybody. It's just the teamwork aspect where they struggle.
Well, 1 minute to try and tie it up. Sunrise trying to get a little bit of hill time. FaZe Clan have the lead, and I doubt they're going to try and play time here because they are so close to try and make it 3-1, because if they secure the 3rd hill here, it's game, it's done. But I think Baseline making it difficult for them. Snakebite, one of the last members to try and defend this hill. And it's going to be a 2-man swing from Ascending Baseline as well. They are really starting to demonstrate their chemistry here. A lot of matchmaking has been played between these 4 players, and now on the biggest stage against the biggest players, the best players in the world, they're saying, we do not fear you as long as we're working together here.
Now the question remains, if FaZe Clan, the defending world champions, are playing at 60 or 70%, perhaps it's time to start shoving some coal into the machine and maybe get some of these things moving, because like we say, you doubt this team at your own peril. They're well and truly able to make it difficult for you at the best of times. Snakebite's going to slide in, loses shields, as is Sunrise. Both of them happy to back away for now and play their lives. Sunrise recognizing how important it is to play his life in this situation, because if he goes down, he perhaps hands the game to FaZe Clan.
But he's also looking at that clock saying 14 seconds, we need to be getting in this hill, boys. Bastos, Moze, they get some kills. Renegade's last remaining player. It's going to be almost 4 dead, but not quite. Renegade wins the gun engagement, but are we going to see Baseline? Yes, they will tie it up 2-2. So for all the dominance, for all the kills FaZe had, suddenly Ascending Baseline say, hey, we're taking this one to overtime against the best team in the world. This is going to do wonders for their confidence.
And you do say all the kills that they have. I mean, Royal 2, 25, 4, and 13, so quite a lot of kills. Snakebite also already over the 20-point threshold, make it 21 and kill the kill column, but heavily outslaying our FaZe Clan. But we've seen this from them before, a little bit complacent. They get a lot of kills, but they're not getting the objective time to boot. Perhaps having too much fun, killing things and not stepping inside the hill.
You're saying, when do they kind of turn it up a little bit? When do they shift into the next gear? That's got to be the call from your Snakebite of the world, right? He's going to say, all right, guys, let's step this up now. We're probably playing a little bit slow. Maybe we're not calling things out. We are giving them the opportunity to get into this game. As on the other side, you've got Mo's 21 kills now. He's only going +1, but those 21 kills have done wonders for Ascending Baseline going up here against FaZe. And they are the team looking more likely to score this final hill right now. There's 1 minute 40 on the clock left as we are into overtime. The FaZe now gain a little bit of control here, and if they can get a double down long haul, that could really open up some scoring for them.
Royal 2 continues to slay out. Bottom middle still the point of contest, as Royal 2 now will slide into the hill and trying to close the gap on the lead that Ascendant Baseline had surmounted. Millsy up towards Batledge, puts down a couple of shots, will receive a lot of damage. Mo's down to no shields, tries to escape towards bottom tower, unable to do so. Royal 2 will then step outside of the hill. Interesting play has been made. Information must have come his way that he was not safe where he sat, and decided instead to control the elevator spawns, perhaps trying to push Ascendant Baseline EU over towards the yellow pipe spawn. So they're really at arm's length here. Happy to run down the clock is Royal 2 here and continue to slay. But again, nobody inside the hill for FaZe Clan until this very moment as Renegade gets a kill, and now they are starting to score, have taken the lead in that regard. And what do Ascendant Baseline have? Currently down 2 members, make it 3. They've got one more push here perhaps before the curtain is called. Sunrise, bottom elevator, down to no shields, not able to get the job done. FaZe Clan win 1-0.
Great effort, though, from Ascending Baseline EU. At what point can I just call them Ascending Baseline? Are NA out of the tournament yet in the open bracket? That's the real question. As soon as they are out of the open bracket, they just become Ascending Baseline, not Ascending Baseline EU, right? They're able to take that
I think
toll.
what you do is, because your Ascendant Baseline EU are in pools, you call them Ascendant Baseline, and you call the other team Ascendant Baseline NA.
That's how we differ.
That's how we do it.
Okay, that makes more sense, but I think they should be proud of themselves. I do think that FaZe are a little bit slow to start here, and it is something that they have been criticized for doing in pool play, but I do not want to take away what we just saw from Ascending Baseline EU, and that is not because I'm a European. Don't get me wrong.
It has something to do with that.
I've been criticized many a time,
and you'll continue to be criticized.
Supporting European teams, most importantly the ones who have struggled in pool play. Like, hey, why did you always give us a hard time? But
you're honest, that's your problem.
I am a very honest man,
yeah.
But I do think that FaZe Clan have just shown a little bit of class in those final moments, and they've shut down any possibility from the European teams.
Well, that's it for game 1. We'll be back very shortly with game number 2. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, folks. Game 2 of the series. If you're just joining us, FaZe Clan 1-0 to the good after a less than dominant performance, you will say, in the scoreline. Slays would tell a different story, but they did get the job done in game number 1, and the Ascendant baseline now find themselves on the back foot here in the Slayer, and you have to think, Dan, it's an old cliche, but they have got to win the Slayer.
I feel like I was rudely interrupted by the break, actually. I was making a point and I never really got to make it, and now I've forgotten.
The break was my call anyway.
It was you. You just didn't want me to make it.
You just rambling.
I think I was saying that, you know, European teams are often cannon fodder, and when we get performances like that where they're able to come close against a team like FaZe Clan, we have to give them credit and we have to give them props, because it is difficult to come into these tournaments and perform like that against the best teams in the world when you've not been able to have that same kind of practice. As Frosty with the shock rifle and camouflage starting to annoy Ascending Baseline. But I think, again, this is another good game type for Ascending Baseline to try and get a point on the board, a map on the board against FaZe Clan. Although, even though it is a Slayer, even though it is one that I think Ascending Baseline will be comfortable with, FaZe Clan historically have been very good at this mapping mode.
Yeah, it's, of course, a spiritual successor of sorts to Plaza. And you might think, well, Moze, Bastos, Sunrise, they've got a lot of game time on Halo 5, so perhaps there's a chance for them. Now, the little issue that we have is the FaZe Clan are world champions in Halo Infinite, but they're also done it a couple of times in Halo 5 as well, so they know exactly how to play Plaza. And you can see here, 16-12, the score, currently a 4-kill advantage if you can't do maths. Dan helps me most of the time counting my fingers. Frosty now over towards Snipe. Camouflage up in 10 seconds or so FaZe Clan have everything they need to really extend this lead.
It's when it gets to the toes that it gets a little bit weird. He makes me count them, and he makes me touch them.
Surprisingly, they're the same number every time you count them, too.
Every single time, you just keep going. 3-kill advantage now, no toes to be touched. And active camouflage has just spawned. Is it going to be going in the hands of FaZe Clan yet again? Will be the real question as Royal2 puts another one on the board. The slaying difference, by the way, in game 1 was kind of crazy, as somehow he gets that kill. It's going to be Millsy with the camouflage, though, to try and put them back on the map.
Mr. Millsy. Lost the camouflage.
I've been there one too many times where you put the body shots in, you think you've done enough, you go for the melee and it still doesn't get the kill.
He put 2 in and dropped, anticipated that the third one would come, but then it was a swing and a miss, and then you put yourself in an awkward position. And Snakebite makes you pay, as he often makes people pay when they make mistakes. I hate that about him.
How much has he made you pay?
Money, or in terms of shields and health?
God knows.
In actual fact, I don't match him in matchmaking all too often, and he normally buys the milkshakes.
It's unsurprising, really, with his rank. You might have matched him on a Smurf once in a while.
I would never know if it was him.
He wouldn't. He wouldn't tell you even if he did. He'd just lord it over you.
He's sneaky.
So a 6-kill lead now for FaZe Clan. Ascending Baseline, though, keeping this close enough. They haven't let it get out of hand. I mean, we saw already one Solitude Slayer get out of hand earlier today. It was 17-2 in favor of Optic Gaming against Pure, but somehow Pure came back into that game and were able to win it, in fact. So it almost feels like for the rest of the tournament, as soon as I see something like this, I'm like, wow, it's an 11-kill lead, but you know, they could come back into it, right? Because Pure could.
This is a conversation that we have had very recently, actually. You said it hasn't gotten out of hand, and we asked the question, does that mean that sometimes it's in hand? But then we had a conversation yesterday. People are overwhelmed, people are underwhelmed, but are people ever just whelmed?
I feel quite whelmed.
I'd like the Twitch chat to answer that if they could.
Sometimes
join in the conversation.
Let us
That's
know.
What we do over
Do
here.
you ever feel
whelmed?
Whelmed. Not overwhelmed, not underwhelmed, just whelmed.
Perfect. The Goldilocks of whelmed, if you will.
I'd tell you what, FaZe Clan right now, they're quite whelming. They haven't been overwhelming, they haven't been underwhelming. Just
Whelmage is what we
a
could
bunch
say.
of whelm.
A
They have an
whole
11-kill lead as well to work with. Now, yes, we saw a lead thrown away by Optic Gaming earlier today, but this isn't Optic Gaming, this is FaZe Clan, who typically are the best team in the world at closing games out. So I think realistically an 10-kill game is going to be a little bit too much for Ascending Baseline. However, if they are to overturn it and make FaZe Clan look rather underwhelming rather than whelming,
good whelmage,
it's going to be those camouflages they need to start getting and making them count.
Is this lead a little bit too unsurmountable? We'll soon find out as we head into the latter stage of this game. Bastos and Millsy combined, they get a kill onto Renegade, but they answer one back. So a 1-for-1 trade on the scoreline, not going to be good enough for Ascending Baseline as they're very quickly running out of deaths. Mildy gets a kill in blue, Snakebite answers back once more, and that's something that FaZe Clan are very good at. When they lose numbers, they make sure they can get a trade so they can minimize some of those losses.
I do like this team though, the Ascending Baseline roster. I think it's some new blood that Europe needed. I say new blood, they've been playing for a long time, but they're not necessarily the names we were seeing making events last year and in year one. Instead it was more the likes of Riots and Lunny, yeah, and Mose. Mose would be playing with them. But now we're seeing new names of younger talent who have been kind of waiting in the wings to get their moment, and now this is that moment. This and London was their chance to really show what they can be made of, and they've managed to close this gap to 7.
That is less than 10.
It is less than 10. They are certainly,
statistically speaking,
they've not allowed FaZe to run away with this game too much, but I think it has just been out of striking distance for the majority of the game as Frosty gets a big kill onto Mose, and that one might be one of the final nails in the coffin here.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. Tantalizingly close, in which maybe 1 or 2 round of slays will put you right back into it, but every single time you look to put the pressure on, unfortunately, FaZe answer back with a kill or 2 of their own. Frosty gets 1, Moses is in trouble over towards Elevator, he also falls. Bastos answers back, but unfortunately FaZe only require 1 more kill, and they're not going to throw away a lead this significant, certainly against a team of the ilk of Ascending Baseline. Mildew will get a kill just to extend this game a little further, but Mose unable to escape the crosshairs of Royal 2, and FaZe Clan double their series lead.
They go 2-0. It's an expected lead, that's for sure. But Ascending Baseline still looking good, keeping relatively close against the current world champions, which is definitely something that they need to be proud of. But now, being 2-0 down, is that going to be a little bit too much with the series left to go? We can only find out one way, and that is by getting another game. But of course, that game will come very shortly. But right now, we're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, it will be match number 3.
Game 3 then, folks. FaZe Clan up against Ascending Baseline EU. And these two teams sharing a pool, as it were, currently with Complexity and, of course, any open team that may join them. So no doubt, Complexity very interested in the results and the goings-on of this one here. But you have to think, if you're Ascending Baseline, with the performances they've been able to put up and how competitive they have been somewhat in games 1 and 2, the question is, are they now starting to look upon the open team that might enter this pool, Dan? And do they think they have enough to get the job done? Frosty hitting the triple kill. That was bananas.
Well, you name it the wig wobbler for a reason.
It'd be wobbling.
Frosty made it clear he wanted that sniper rifle at the start of the game, and he has already put it to work. And there's been many a clip of Frosty over the years in every iteration of Halo with a sniper rifle, and Halo Infinite is no different. If it's in his hands, you better be on his POV, as Bastos doesn't even get a chance off spawn to even think about where he is before his head gets ripped off.
Frosty just bullying top tower with the sniper rifle. Ascending Baseline have to send a lot of resources his way. Bastos wants more, and he almost got more. Frosty was offering him a fade.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me thrice, game over.
Declan thrice.
Declan thrice, great play. At the moment, they're just allowing Frosty to have tower because he's been hitting those shots that they're avoiding the sight lines. But that means there's so much map control for FaZe to work with, and they are funneling Ascending Baseline into all of these different avenues, which are very much watched by the rest of the team, and it just is like clockwork now. As it's going to be a close to 100-point lead right off the rip because of some of those snipe shots.
Yeah, you have to say Ascending Baseline really were treating the sea like it was an unexplored part of the map. They'd never seen it before, and rightfully so, as such as the shots that Frosty was hitting. It was grayed out on their map. That's because it belonged to Frosty. Like Mordor, do not step over there because Frosty was handling business.
He was literally like the Eye of Sauron.
Yep.
And every time they moved, he'd snap towards them. Need to be finding some sort of cave to go through instead, and they went bottom middle. But instead they found a bunch of goblins. But now, once the Eye of Sauron has been deleted here, suddenly Ascend Baseline have the opportunity to control the map a little bit. And if they've learned anything from their European counterparts, is that you really can win a game with a good couple of trip caps here. You can be behind, but you can really pull yourself back in with one good setup.
You already see themselves clawing away at that lead. Unfortunately for them, the Renegade now with the sniper rifle, with the camouflage as well, as it just dissipates now. Eyes trained in towards Garage, anticipating there was going to be a spawn there. It does come! And Renegade obliges with a headshot. You don't want to be showing too much face to these boys because they will rip it off.
See ya. Don't even show the back of your head. In fact, just maybe don't show anything at this point. Stop it, Renegade. The confidence in which FaZe are playing is evident. Frosty was doing the same thing, like not backing off from a gunfight, instead trying to line up the no-scope with a sniper rifle. It's, of course, a power weapon, and we do see players play like that in matchmaking all the time, but against some of the other top pros, you might not have the same confidence because if you miss one, you're going to be dead. But sadly for Ascend Baseline, the way that FaZe are playing right now, it's just a case of, we want this done, we want it a 3-0, and we do not fear you in any fight.
That's a good point you bring up as well, of course, because you don't typically see it against teams that they might respect a little bit more because they're wary that if they lose a sniper rifle, it could be detrimental to the cause. But like you say, perhaps giving Ascending Baseline EU little to no respect and trying to end this series as quickly as possible. But Ascending Baseline really hanging in there now. They're back to scoring once more and trying to make this one difficult.
And a chance for them to have the sniper rifle for the first time as well. Not that many bullets to work with, but enough bullets to at least make a difference. They weren't really able to get hold of B here, and it doesn't look like they're going to have the chance to as well. It's going to be a big scrap. Royal 2 does lose the fight, so Bastos has done a job, but Snakebite was there to support.
Did Bastos step out of A before it was capped and Renegade got the reset, and he continued to go big door rather than turn around and fight? Was that a misplay on his part? It probably was. I think that's what I seen there. It looked as though for all the world he had it captured, but he stepped out and A still belonged to FaZe, so Renegade stealing that one away, stealing it back before it could even be taken. Bastos trying to wrestle control of B now, but no doubt the push will come. The numbers advantage does favor ascending baseline, and with that, they're looking to lock in yet another triple cap. And they've got it locked in. They're losing C, and FaZe are trying to fight over from the camouflage side, and they've got the first pick onto Mose, and Frosty look at that insult to injury here and take down Bastos as well. Frosty turns his back for a moment, good enough for a trade, and Snakebite gets a kill elsewhere.
It's always a frustrating one when you've done the initial damage, you've managed to bamboozle them with the back and forth, but then you have to go in for the melee and you know full well it's going to be a trade. Whereas if you're going to win this game, if you're going to get back into this, you can't really be trading there. Sure, you'll take a trade, it doesn't seem bad in the grand scheme of things, but it's not going to win you it. 187 to 88, it's now a 100-point lead for FaZe, and they're closing in on making this a 3-0 victory. But we have seen Ascending Baseline get close to a trip cap twice, and as I've mentioned, all it takes is one trip cap and they are back in this game.
They'll know that too, and they're holding out for it.
Oh dear, not again.
Although, typically bad news when Frosty picks up a sniper rifle and a repulsor, and you know he's looking to hit some clips and have them featured on the HCS channel over on Twitter, or X if you're old school.
It's actually Twitter if you're old school, X if you're new school.
Whatever school you're in, it's one of the two, if you're attending those classes. Frosty still got the sniper rifle heading over towards C. A lot of ammunition to play with, and Millsy could be his victim, unfortunately. For him, didn't have to use it, but could use it on Sunrise instead. And it's like you said, the confidence that Frosty and indeed Renegade were playing with the sniper rifle, it's frightening.
He's more than happy to do the same thing again here from top tower. Just watch over top mid, look over towards dummies every now and then. Recognize there's not going to be anyone there. Imagine that if that was a collab, by the way. It was lining up, and I was thinking it was going to happen. He almost actually took off Snakebite.
It was almost a collab with Snakebite and Millsy.
It doesn't matter who it is. He says, if anyone gets in the way of my bullet, so be it. That's life.
That's Amore.
215 now ticks across for FaZe Clan. And with the sniper rifle still with 3 bullets and maybe one more push for Ascending Baseline to work with, it's not looking great.
Bastos back B. Millsy there too. So they are still trying to fight tooth and nail for this game and extend the series. Desperately trying to get more reps on LAN. Perhaps that could pay dividends against the open team that does enter into this pool. Millsy putting down a couple of shots. Sniper rifle for Frosty. Again, finding the face of Sunrise. The game just comes so easy to him, and it's incredibly frustrating for me.
Last bullet as well. Just like more than confident to jump out with it. Bastos gets slammed into the wall.
Has Frosty left the tower? That's the question that needs answering.
He's the Eye of Sauron. He can't leave the tower. He's literally stuck in that place until someone puts on the ring, as it's going to be a triple kill for him now. All 4 are dead, and this game's looking all but over now.
Almost done and dusted. Perhaps Ascending Baseline have one more opportunity, but they're running out of time, and they're locked in tight to a trip cap, and the kills keep going against them, and FaZe Clan will complete the clean sweep. Ascending Baseline, competitive at times, but ultimately it's the score and the result that matters, and that one was 3-0 FaZe Clan.
I still think Ascending Baseline can hold their head up high with how they performed, particularly in the first 2 games. The third one was a little bit more one-sided, but a lot for them to learn, a lot for them to take away. It will mean they are 0-2 in the pools, so they will have to beat the team coming through open bracket. Is it going to be a Mind Freak? Is it going to be a Native, for example? I'm sure we'll keep a keen eye on it, but can we see this European roster get out of pools? We'll have to wait until the open team arrives.
And we do now have a nice match set up a little bit later in the day. Snakebite and co, FaZe Clan up against Complexity, and no doubt that will have a large implication as to who tops the pool. So if you're looking forward to watching that, that will be on the A stream very, very shortly. But that's all we've got time for here. We'll get another game rolling very shortly, but don't go anywhere. Keep it locked to HCS.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back here with your final match here in HCS Atlanta. So happy to be watching Quadrant and Bittersweet going at it, and I expect this not to be a 3-0. I expect it not to be a Game 4. With our luck, it's going to be a Game 5 because I feel like we always cast Game 5.
We always get Game 5s. It didn't happen on the main stage here today, but it's usually the case online, but we'll see if that happens here against this Bittersweet roster. We're talking about a Quadrant roster that started off the tournament really strong, taking SSG to that Game 5.
Whoa, what a big backsmack come out of Manny right there. That should have been an easy overshield grab for Snipe Drone. Manny seemingly come out of nowhere, and the fact that he even has overshield right now is actually downright criminal. That was a robbery we just saw.
I really like that play by Glories, right, in terms of robbery. You talked about it. He stole away that OS from Manny, and it's because he took a nice route through the bottom side. Manny was like, I'm just going to leave him here. He comes back, re-chows, and now it's Bittersweet with that 2-cap advantage.
30-7 in favor of Bittersweet at the moment. We're seeing some long-range shots coming out of Collect. Despite being one shot, he's still putting down damage from across the map, and Manny is going to be the one to clean it up, and it looks like Bittersweet. Ooh. Better be careful there, Collect.
A little slippery that ledge is. Apparently, Collect stays alive, though, and this is a player I'm kind of watching, Tony, right? I just feel like he has a chip on his shoulder just a bit, you know, getting removed from that pure roster in place of Cherish. I think he's, you know, coming here with something to prove, so I'm looking for him to step it up against the Quadrant roster, who looks phenomenal this event so far.
To be honest with you, I feel like everybody from Bittersweet should feel that way. You know, Manny was also dropped off of that pure roster. Descendant was also left off of that complexity roster. King Nick, a bit of a journeyman so far this year, although he's been having a great year. Everybody from Bittersweet should have a chip on their shoulder, and a win against Quadrant would be the upset that they want to see. An upset to really set the tone and really pave the way for the rest of their tournament.
The problem is, Tony, we're facing Quadrant, one of the best strongholds teams in the game, on the most snowbally strongholds map in the game on here on Interference. So we'll see how it kind of pans out, but 100% agree. It's those intangibles that we continue to talk about that are a factor.
Double push out of Quadrant right over toward the gold corner, and Manny's kind of isolated right now, so Quadrant going to easily take advantage of that. Glories doesn't overextend, allows his teammate to put in that damage. Nitro did end up going down there, but Glories gets his, and the double cap is being held as we see Glory get aggressive, forcing to send it out, and he's gone.
He's on the outside pipes. Those outside pipes, I've gotten caught out so many times. I thought Descendant being on those outside pipes would give Bittersweet those bunker spawns, but instead they spawn on the Carbine, and it flips things on its head just a bit. But still, they're not able to get C. Even with that spawn on the Carbine side, C still gets reset by the side of Quadrant.
And this is exactly what we mean when we talk about snowbally type of maps. Like when we talk about the 1 down, turn to 2 down, turn to 3 down so fast, you're constantly getting cycled to the point where it's just split spawn after split spawn. Because the moment 1 or 2 players come off a spawn, Quadrant are already there and attacking them. And that was quite the throw by Collect. He's not collecting them away, he's also sending them away too.
Yeah, he's sending them away. No collecting those plasmas, but again, that's a beautiful job by him, and you kind of got to do that in that scenario. You talked about the staggered spawns, you talked about isolating players to an extent, and Collect was isolated there, and he threw the sticky, made sure to trade out his death as best he could, and it's still not enough. Quadrant still find themselves 123-37 here, leading with a 2-cap advantage.
But it is 2 down for Quadrant right now, so with half the members of the Black Screen, the other half trying to figure out how they're going to navigate towards this overshield, this is a moment for Bittersweet to take advantage of. You should be scoring right now. You should be locking down that setup, and don't forget overshield's coming up. You got to multitask.
I don't know if you heard, Tony, but the ranks are resetting. You want to know who got the highest rank last season?
Who's that?
Sika. 3,700 Onyx. We're talking 3,737 Onyx. The highest I've ever seen in Onyx. And guess who played alongside of him all the time? It was Snipe Drone, and we find them both with double-digit kills, playing phenomenal. It's all that practice they put in.
3,700 CSR in ranked matchmaking.
Yes.
Not only is that a record, but that is an unbelievable number. If you're ever questioning Quadrant's grind, well, that number might make you look silly, but right now, it's Bittersweet that are looking serious as they push in for yet another triple cap. They might be down right now as far as the score line, but Bittersweet are looking to answer back, and Descendant is putting damage onto everyone. I think he shot me.
Oh my, are you okay, Tony?
I'm not.
Okay, well, we'll get you a Band-Aid later.
You don't miss.
Descendant Descendant, again, another player, like you said, coming off of being dropped from that complexity roster, looking to prove himself. I thought he was a great asset to that roster, but now he finds himself on Bittersweet where he can be an asset as well. It's Bittersweet still staying in this game. They're looking to get B here, but you see the push, of course, on the yellow corner. It's going to be Quadrant on that push.
Bittersweet trying to prove that Complexity are going to miss his firepower, and as of right now, Bittersweet are loving the firepower that he gives off, but Quadrant still have a 135-92 advantage, and as they take Charlie, that is the double cap they're looking for. Bittersweet immediately out-rotate, heading over to the alpha side, but with nades and snipe drone here, they're going to struggle to hold on to it.
Yeah, snipe drone nades himself right there, but again, a great recovery to stay alive and be in this position. He can continue to pressure Bittersweet off a spawn, off that bunker spawn, but it's still Bittersweet with that AB cap. I think the next point of this match is going to be this overshield. Who grabs it and who does something with it?
I feel like our duo nickname should be Snipe Drone. Like you're the snipe and I'm the bot, so I'm the drone.
You're not a bot.
That should be our nickname. Overshield in the hands of Descendant. Should be a big one here as Quadrant continue to have that double cap. Descendant and Bittersweet need every advantage possible. They need to get a triple cap of their own, but as of right now, Quadrant may come up with that one out of nowhere. Overshield does nothing in that engagement, and Quadrant have every single hold on the map.
Yeah, they've got the triple cap. They've got 3 down for the side of Bittersweet. This is where things get a little bit hairy, Tony, and you know I'm a hairy man, so I know what being hairy is like.
185 points here in counting for Quadrant. Glory right up the middle, right into the face of Bittersweet as he goes through the tower side. He's not going for a flank. He's going right through the front door, and a weakened King Nick isn't going anywhere. And Manny, he almost catches those hands as well. Snipe Drone tried to come in for the cleanup, and the rest of Quadrant are there. They're covering each other's backs so well.
Yeah, the team that's not really covering each other's backs that well is Bittersweet. Collect stays alive for a long time there. A lot of peak shots, right? Unfortunately, the timing on the bottom of C right there wasn't quick enough, so Collect ends up falling. Still, though, they recover just a bit, and they'll get B. But again, look how much that lead is for Quadrant.
I mean, we obviously talked about Quadrant being one of the best stronghold teams in the world. I mean, at one point, they ran undefeated. And obviously, this roster looks a lot different from what it did before, but you still have an SLG, you still have a Seeker, you have 2 great minds for the games that are always theory crafted. They put in the work, and it shows in their, obviously, their rank, like you talked about before, but also in their strategies, and their starting strats, and their mid-game strats, and okay, Manny.
The quick drop from Manny. That's beautiful. That's some individual skill that you love to see. Like you know, you always know you can do that quick drop, but sometimes there's a way you can do it so that the ledge is at your eyeballs, and that you jump back up and you can throw a fight off.
Glitch.
Yeah, essentially.
One shot. Collect not able to get away. Excellent listening by Glory. It ends up being a 3 down, but at least he's able to take Collect with them. And whoa! Seeker ripping a double kill out of nowhere, but still 4 down go Quadrant. Bittersweet, you gotta hop on these bases right now because it's 221 points for Quadrant. 1 mistake, 1 round of slays, and that could be it for game 1.
Yeah, speaking of rounds of slays, I mean, Quadrant and Bittersweet, they're not too far apart on the slays, and in terms of overshields, they're not too far apart either. Bittersweet has another OS in the hands of Descendant. He's going to be able to use that to maybe secure A, but again, that OS doesn't do it a lot. It does get a trade, but that's not really what you're looking for.
Yeah, when you're down by this much, I mean, I think you need clean slays as opposed to trades. Where Quadrant, they're happy to trade out almost every engagement, except when they're down, which was a trip cap. Now, still a double cap, so that means Bittersweet are still scoring, and King Nick with some long-range shots. Glory ain't going anywhere but for the respawn screen. 3 down for Quadrant, full squad wipe, and Bittersweet going for yet another triple cap.
There's going to be a quick spawner here. It's going to be SLG and Sika. Glory's comes off a spawn as well, but my question was going to be, how were they going to control these spawns? You see, they back off, and they're content with that double cap, but when you give Quadrant enough space, they're gonna stop that triple cap from happening, and if you give them too much space, they'll turn the triple cap on its head.
Well, they attacked Charlie and Alpha at the same time, but it looks like Bittersweet was somewhat ready for it. It was a little delayed, but eventually they got the kills, got the reset on at least one of those bases, and holding on to the double cap once again are Bittersweet. They sacrificed C, but got a whole lot of points, and now let me tell you, Bittersweet are flirting around with a comeback, and something tells me they got the Riz.
Wow, this is a really good by the side of Bittersweet. They do go 3 down, though. There will be 2 quick spawners and Descendant and King Nick, but Manny and Collect do fall, so this is going to give Quadrant a chance to kind of go around the map and make sure to get that double cap of their own. And of course, with Overshield coming up, this is a big play here for either team.
Good kill by Sniper onto King Nick, and excellent damage onto Manny from across the map. And again, the active listening, snapping onto that call out and landing right on Collect's head.
Yeah, just you're so close if you're Bittersweet, but you don't capitalize. And unfortunately, I think that's going to be it, Tony. I think they're going to take it.
That they are. They weren't able to take Charlie, but it only takes 2 to tango. When Alpha and Bravo belongs to them, the moment Bittersweet hop on Alpha, well, they're going to do the same for Charlie. But hold on, Charlie gets reset. But so does Alpha. What a play by Snipe getting the kill, and it was seeming a little bit bleak. Now Bittersweet have to adapt. They go after Bravo. Can they take it? It's so close. Bravo gets taken. Charlie and Bravo belong to Bittersweet. Right now, Quadrant are not scoring.
That was beautiful. You saw Collect up there on the thruster, right? Plays his life, knows his team is going for that B-side nest. He stays alive, and he's able to stay alive for a long period of time. He just went down, but again, it's 232 to 246 now. Quadrant still lead.
They hop on Bravo, and now Bittersweet with the nades. Colette gets himself a kill. Snipes able to take down Manny, but he's not in the hill. King Nick gets the reset here. Bravo still belongs to Bittersweet. They need to slay out once again if they want to attack Bravo here. And I don't know if anybody's near Charlie to take out yet another one, but Descendant with the double kill. And now we see Charlie being attacked by Quadrant. They gave him on Alpha in order to go after Charlie, and we see a trade out in line, but Descendant gets himself the kill, gonna take Charlie. It could be the comeback, and that's it. Bittersweet taking game 1.
What an upset we just witnessed here. Bittersweet. I'm going to be honest, Tony, I doubted them coming into this game. I had no idea they had this firepower. But again, on a map that you can take control that quickly, that you can snowball it in your favor, Bittersweet did a great job. They got the last, I think, 2 OSs in a row. That helped them, make something happen. I think it was Quadrant to go at that very last OS, but they weren't able to do with it, and Bittersweet minimized the value that Quadrant got out of it.
Let that be a message to all my new teammates in ranked matchmaking. Never give up.
Never say
I don't
what?
care if you're down by 100. I don't care if you go 4 down. I don't care what happens. You don't give up, because a win is always possible. And if you fight tooth and nail and you give 150%, it will pay dividends every single time. Let that right there be a message to everybody when it comes to match. When it comes to it, do not give up. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are back once again with HCS Atlanta, your major, hosted by FaZe Clan. And we saw an incredible game number 1 where Bittersweet came all the way from behind and absolutely stole one away from Quadrant. Now it's Quadrant on their back foot against a Bittersweet roster with a ton of momentum on their side.
I mean, can we talk about this Bittersweet roster, Tony? They lost 10 out of their last 12 scrims. On the other end of things, you've got Quadrant, who out of 15 scrims, won 14 of them and tied one. So we're talking about two completely different sides of the spectrum. And once again, my point goes true. It's all about what you do on LAN, and Bittersweet are showcasing that.
That's one thing about Quadrant and ITB and any team that comes over to North America to boot camp. They get valuable practice, valuable scrims that they may have not gotten back when they're over, when they're across the pond.
Yeah.
And they step it up. They take it seriously. They know that their org flew them out here for a reason to get that practice, and they want to provide value to them. And Quadrant have done just that in scrims. Now, it's trying to do what it matters most, because so far you're down 0-1 against a Bittersweet roster that, honestly, in Quadrant's position, they should be winning.
Oh,
That should have been their game easily.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is an upset potential all written all over it. We literally started this cast and I said, oh Tony, Quadrant 3-0. I'm absolutely Quadrant 3-0. I'm not gonna lie. That was my first words coming in here. But I love to see Bittersweet putting up that first game of the series. When you start off strong like that, you give yourself that confidence going into the rest of the series. We'll see if they can continue though.
I'm not gonna lie, I looked a little crazy when you said that, and when I was surprised to the people at home. That's
Hey,
honest.
you know
That's
what?
honest Tim
That's
right there.
That's right.
I love that. Well,
Stand on business.
I'm glad that you enjoyed the show and maybe enjoy some more, because as of right now, Bittersweet are only down 3, now make it 2 kills after Manny takes down Sika and Snipe Drone. Although he has the Stalker, he's in the middle of 3 different members of Bittersweet, and Descendant was one of them. And is the right word to use.
Beautiful shots by Snipe Drone right there. That Stalker potentially gets picked up once again by the side of Quadrant. You see it's in the hands of Glories, but King Nick with this camo, it gets removed instantly. That camo could have been used to potentially take this lead, but now Quadrant still lead by 2.
You're seeing Colette with that high sensitivity. He gets to use that little bit of movement when it comes with the repulse, just flying across the map. Manny officer was able to take down SLG, and Snipe Drone being a tricky kill over towards the tire side. Collect high IQ to stay alive, wait until King Nick is there, and now it's a 1-2 combo coming out of Bittersweet. Will they be able to survive?
What a nice guy King Nick is, coming to save Collect's life. I wish I had a teammate when I played in matchmaking.
Wait, what are you trying to say?
You never helped me. You just let you see, oh, you're on the planners, you just let me die.
No. You die so that I can live.
Oh, okay.
My life is more valuable.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay,
I
am a national treasure, a global icon.
Oh, my
okay,
bad.
it is an honor to die. 22-22 right now. Bittersweet make it 24, and Bittersweet once again another come from behind swing, but Quadrant answered right back. Take that lead right back.
Yeah, that was great by Quadrant. I thought Descendant was going to win that fight on the top of A, but he ends up falling, and it was 3 down for Bittersweet. Still only a 1, make that a 2 kill game here. Quadrant leading, and they're starting to pull away with this. This might be another squad wipe here for the side of Bittersweet.
Camouflage coming up going to be really important. This is where I love to see both teams slow it down, stay alive, and really pick and choose which battles you want to get into and collect. He chose that one. Honestly, this is an advantageous one, but he wins it. I guess that's all that really matters, and now Manny's kind of left by himself.
Yeah.
One shot and hunted down as Glory and Quadrant have the advantage moving up towards this camo.
Yeah, I believe that they will get the spawn that is Bittersweet on the bottom of C, so that camo's still up. It's still a factor here. Coming into the later half of this game, and I'm not sure who ended up picking it up, but it's still 34-28 Quadrant. Running away with this one just a bit, and maybe they just needed to wake up. Maybe there's too long of a break for them. Maybe, this is kind of where they start to take the series over, but Bittersweet are not out of it just yet, but they are 3 down.
It's actually pretty crazy because I believe at one point it was either 24-23 or 25-24 in favor of Bittersweet.
Yeah.
They stole the lead like momentarily, but like you said, Quadrant ran away with it so far and don't look like they want to turn back. It's a double-digit lead as Bittersweet find themselves stuck over towards the subway side. And as of right now, Snipe Drone says you can't hop the booth here. Oh no, he doesn't.
Oh, he
Oh, he still gets the stick. Are you kidding me?
He got this stick on the tip of the gun. That was the longest bandit rifle I've ever seen. But great job again. Snipe Drone having a phenomenal game here. This is exactly what Quadrant needs. 14-6 on the side of Snipe Drone. It has given them this lead, 44-33 now. This lead is getting out of hand here. I don't think there's any storyline whatsoever that Bittersweet comes back.
With Legend being stolen from that SSG roster, it feels like the best player in EU spot was open. And Snipe Drone, so far, the way he's been playing, he's been kind of stepping into that role. He's been the man right now since London, and now going into Atlanta, one of the best players, if not the best, out of the EU with the way that he's looking in 45-38 lead for Quadrant. And it seems like it feels like it's only a matter of time before Quadrant win, not if they're going to win this game too.
Yeah, when you're Snipe Drone, someone's got to step up on the side of Quadrant. We know what Quadrant are capable of. We just know, right? So if your team's not performing, especially in a game like this against Bittersweet, someone's got to step up, and that's exactly what Snipe Drone does. 16-7 now out of this man, and only 3 kills away is Quadrant from winning this game too.
We switch gears over towards Glory. He finds himself behind both Collect and King Nick, and those are easy shots that go off. And an easy headshot to take down Collect for the 50th kill. Your final score line, 50-39, but it's one of those games that just feel even wider than that with the way they took over towards that mid-game. I think it was after the 25 or 24 kill mark. Quadrant took over, dominated from there.
Yeah, it just gives them that confidence going in. They know that they're capable of beating this roster. It just gives them a little bit more confidence when one of your teammates goes off like Snipe Drone did. You start to believe in yourself. You start to believe in your team, and you can go forward in this series. But we are tied 1-1.
Snipe Drone 16-8. 16-8 with 5 assists. That's a 9.7 KDA coming out of the baddest man in the EU right now. Those are the stats that you want to see, and Quadrant definitely are happy they have him on this side of the booth, on this side of the monitors. They tie up the series, and eventually we'll go to a swing game number 3 after a short break. Guys, don't go anywhere. Somebody sound the alarms and wake up all of the old heads in the retirement home. We got ourselves some pit action.
I'm awake. I'm awake.
we call a little something different over here at Halo Infinite. We call it Empyrean. Got a little nighttime vibe on it on the roof of the skyscrapers. I ain't mad at it. 2 snipers, overshield, a bit of rockets, and some amazing players. Some of the best that we have in Halo right here, right now in Quadrant and Bittersweet.
Yeah, this is my favorite map in the game, and I always love to see the best compete on it. You see a flag out here for the side of Quadrant. Bittersweet playing a bit aggressive there, but the spawns come out, and they've got to be careful. They got to slay again.
And they do Snipe Drone down to 1 shot, but he's still firing, and King Nick can't quite find the headshot, and Sika comes in for the cleanup. That is a quick return that's about to happen. It was almost Bittersweet, getting a little tricky with it, but Quadrant, they're ready.
Yeah, what do we see there, though? It's Sika and Snipe Drone once again. When you play that much matchmaking together, you're constantly duoing in matchmaking, and you get to that high of a CSR, you have to build a little bit of chemistry. So many people talk about how matchmaking isn't great practice. I disagree wholeheartedly. You see it there with Snipe Drone and Sika playing a great duo role.
There you go. Guys, if you're Onyx in matchmaking, you can go pro. That's what I heard. It might not have been what you said, but that's what I heard, okay? Multiple going down on both sides here. At least with 3 down for Quadrant. Notice how Glorious immediately notice the team goes down. He's going to back it up, and we're going to play a bit of defense because you know Bittersweet will be pushing up.
So you got the defense. Now you just have to hit the shots. Hits the body onto Manny, but him in this position on top tower, so important. And I love the awareness to check the runway. You have to make sure you check every angle, and Glorious does just that. And now it's going to be 2 dead for Bittersweet.
If you want to be in the position that Quadrant are in, you cannot ignore your flanks. You have to be watching every single angle like a hawk. And obviously Glory was on that, and Quadrant are on that flag. Collect thought he snuck over from training to training. Nope. Glorious is still watching every angle on the map.
Yeah, it's just really tough. Collect goes down. Manny's going to go down here as well. The last player is going to be on that sword side. Oh my goodness gracious, this Glories now. We haven't talked about this man at all this series because we haven't really seen anything crazy out of him, but he's already starting off 6-3.
Shots from across the map here, SLG. Pushed up through the long haul side. He wants to provide some kind of reinforcement for Snipe Drone, but Snipe Drone ends up going down, and Seeker's going to trade his life as well. Luckily, SOG in a perfect position to grab a hold of rockets. Will he try to keep this flag alive, though? Okay. A lot being handled right here from SLG. Maybe too much, maybe more than he could chew.
Yeah, it was a trade for rockets for OS, but he gets back smack. That's a big back smack by the side of King Nick right here. He'll be able to get this return. Snipe Drone's going to play a bit slow, but the rockets will be true. He makes some waste one, gets a trade. That's not bad.
Multiple going down here for Quadrant, and Bittersweet are already in the base of Quadrant. Snipe tower control for Descendant. That should mean a training side run, but Snipe Drone, I don't know if he spawned there, but I know he flew up over towards tower to break the setup that Bittersweet had. I thought it might have been an easy run, but I guess not.
A couple failed attempts for runs, but I'm glad they're running the flag, right? It's just, you can't get too over-aggressive. You can't get too scrappy. Make sure you're running with that numbers advantage, because if you don't, it's going to be a flip of control like we see here with Quadrant pushing, and it's going to be, of course, a potential another flag pull here for Quadrant.
Sticking with the challenge. Okay, Nick, you know he wins those. But Descendant with the angle, how did he catch that one?
That's beautiful by Descendant, utilizing this snipe to get that 3 down. Now they can pressure on the map once again, and this is exactly what the side of Bittersweet is looking for. You gotta show life in this series. I know you ended up losing that Slayer, but show life in this game number 3 so you can give your team a bit of confidence.
Only 2 shots left in this sniper here for Descendant. He wants to push up over toward the training side. I think I saw an opposition sniper as well, and it looks like he has to double back. Snipe Drone has made it over towards the base of Bittersweet, and collecting Descendant needs to stop this flag from moving forward.
Look how many resources Bittersweet send towards him, though. Snipe Drone's doing a huge thing by just staying alive on their side. He ends up going down now, but look how much attention he drew.
Should have went to 3 down for Bittersweet. It's more than attention right now. They're drawing blood at the moment here. Bittersweet don't have the defenses in order to get Quadrant out of the base. Like you said, Snipe Drone makes a huge play, and it may turn to more than that. It may turn to a flag.
Yeah, the spawns come out on the Snipe side. It's up to Sika to stay alive inside a shotgun. He's in a very important position. Look how Snipe Drone's waiting for him to put pressure down. Now he's going to end up getting double pushed here, though. If he can get 1, it'll be good, but no, 3 down for Quadrant.
You kind of talked about it before with the way that Bittersweet, dedicate resources. It was kind of weird when they did it onto the defense, but right there to clear out their base, that's how that's the good way of doing it, I guess. And now Glory with a clutch kill, a clutch overshield grab, and you notice how Quadrant, they are all together. They are looking to slay out together and push the base of Bittersweet. Rockets are a deterrent, but it doesn't stop Glory's. Glory's lives, Quadrant gets kills, and Bittersweet are about to be infiltrated as far as their base goes.
Yeah, it's Snipe Drone in there again. Look at him. He's in a position to try and pull this flag. The spawns are going to come out, though, and Quadrant's not really fast enough to help Snipe Drone, but him getting that flag inside of Needles could be enough.
We talked about his ability to slay out that game number 2.
Yeah.
Now we're talking about his objective play here in game number 3. Snipe Drone, again, the baddest man in the EU. And a large reason why that flag has made it so close to the long haul side is because of him. Glory may have it right now, but Snipe Drone was the one who started that.
Yeah, I was talking to Onset earlier. He said that Snipe Drone's got this aura to him, and that's so huge. It's going to be 3 down once again, and another flag pull.
The moment that flag cap goes in, SLG is already pulling another one. It's a flag trade. It doesn't stop. It keeps going. And as of right now, Bittersweet find himself 3 down. Collect. He makes it down the green hall side, but you are a mile behind. Quadrant put on a bit of a clinic on how to 3-0 the likes of Bittersweet.
Yeah, that was just beautiful right there. Again, it gives you that belief and kind of wakes you up a bit and lets you realize that we are the better team. We are good enough to contend against and beat this Bittersweet roster, and they showcase it there. Those back-to-backs, I think, really changed the pace of this series. I would be surprised if Bittersweet are able to win another game.
Like you said, Quadrant got woken up.
Yeah.
I mean, that game number 1 should have been Quadrant. I think everybody who was actually watching the game like, oh no, Quadrant should have won. Bittersweet clutched up.
Yes.
And they really stole that one, but Quadrant controlled most of that game. That game number 1 definitely woke them up and said, okay, now we're going to game number 2. Let's play for real. Let's give let's lock the freak in, if you know what I'm saying.
Right.
And they did the same thing in that game number 3. That's a 3-0 right there. And mind you, Bittersweet, we saw a few moments. We saw some good pulls. We saw some good setups. We saw some good slays. We saw some good things out of Bittersweet. But then Quadrant take over, back-to-back caps. You realize how hard that is to do at a professional level? Don't get me started.
It's very difficult. And even on Empyrean, you have those tower side spawns. You have the flag side spawns. It's very difficult to make anything happen with that.
Well, game number 4 about to be on the way here. Bittersweet want to send us to a game 5. Quadrant want to send them home. We'll be back after a short break. We are back once again with your HCS Atlanta Major, hosted by FaZe Clan. And we have another banger for you. It's still Quadrant and Bittersweet going at it, a 2-1 series lead in favor of Quadrant, but they no longer have that hometown. They no longer have the hometown crowd on their side. Now they have to do it in FaZe's house. Can they get one more win on Bittersweet and give themselves, or put themselves in a position to have a great placing, a great seeding when going into bracket play?
I want to be honest, someone needs to come here at this venue in Atlanta and bring a trumpet, okay? I didn't get to witness or be a part of the trumpet at London, and it sounded great. I want to see another trumpet here. But yeah, like you said, Quadrant don't have that hometown advantage, and I'm not sure they're going to need it, Tony. We were just talking about this during the little break we had. I feel like Quadrant woke up. I really do, and I think they're going to sweep this 2-0.
We're looking for you, Native and Trey Try have a war horn. Not quite a trumpet, but could be even better. The war horn is serious, and so is Collect. As he takes down Glory and Snipe Drone. Beautiful shot with that shock, finishes the player off with the bandit, and more importantly, Quadrant continue to put points on the board as Bittersweet are 3 down, and there was the 4th.
Yeah, the control of the map is insane. King Nick somehow gets through on the timing, though, so Glory's is going to be in a situation where he has to 2v1, and you wonder, they decided to throw resources towards that elevator side. It's gonna be successful because the break happens, but you give a Quadrant a lot of ball time here. 34 seconds already.
Bittersweet sends resources and bodies over toward that backseat setup, forcing Quadrant to play that ball. But 34 seconds and counting here for Quadrant. Meanwhile, Bittersweet haven't been able to score a single one just yet. Manny with a couple of shots on the Zika. Back-to-back kills here for Bittersweet. Tower belongs to them, and more than that, it's 3 down, 4 down for Quadrant.
Yeah, that was really good. I mean, this is exactly what Bittersweet need to do. They're going to get a bit of ball time off this, but the question for me is that right there. Will Manny be able to stay alive with the camo, with those spawns coming out on the C-plat? And he does just that. Now, they got to see what value comes out of this camo. Will he get a couple kills? Will he stop this push?
Got to use that movement to stay alive with the camo, and now getting a bit of value off of it. A kill wants a Snipe Drone, some damage, can't manage to clamber properly there, and eventually camo is burnt and ball ends up in the mid-map.
Yeah, I mean 34-16. Bittersweet were only able to get 16 points off of that. Oh my goodness gracious, Collect. Look how much damage he's able to do. The question for me is that damage going to get cleaned up? And as of right now, it doesn't look like it is. It's going to be 2 down for Bittersweet.
That's a great point there. You get damage coming out of Collect onto 2 different players, but what does it mean if the cleanups don't happen and Quadrant get their kills and they get themselves some ball time? Now Bittersweet making the job harder on themselves with a 20-point advantage in favor of Quadrant.
I love this by Zika. Once again, gets that off spawn towards the bottom of White Tower or towards elevator, and he's able to just do damage on the players pushing through that glass side. That ball now can be scooped up. It can be potentially held inside of pipes, and they've got a pretty loose setup here with 2 down.
Collect over toward the A side. Zika already wants to watch the gold. Couple early nades in case anybody pushes up too early. And meanwhile, I saw off a screen Manny, the first one to go down. Bittersweet have to try to break the setup when they're a man down. Make it 2 because Zika don't miss those. And the send forced back. Ego chow bit.
Whoa, whoa.
Oh, hey, be careful, Zika. He not the one you want to mess with. You mess around and find out.
I love the confidence, though. Even though there's a player with shock rifle there, you still attack and you still chow that fight, knowing that you can pressure the ball from other locations as well. Regardless, though, it doesn't matter. Quadrant hold that ball on the glass, and they're able to get more time because of it.
They are going multiple down here, so you notice dropping that ball immediately, go right into the fight. We switch gears over towards Zika, maybe down to 1 shot, but throwing nades left and right. With camo coming up, both teams want their hands on it, but Quadrant dedicating more bodies and being more aggressive towards it. Zika, not quite the pop, it's still down.
Yeah, it's still down the bottom side of the map, and there's 3 down for the side of Quadrant. Glory's the only one in position. He goes down as well, and with the spawns coming out on the pipe side, this is going to be a camo here for the side of Bittersweet, potentially. I'm not sure if they ended up picking it up. Snipe Drone might have just scooped it up going towards the blue pipes.
Yeah, he was being very aggressive with that curve slide toward the triple stacks pit. Maybe Bittersweet didn't know the camo was down there, and maybe, like you said, Snipe Drone might have been able to get away with that camo. I know he at least got a kill, and he's challenging Manny. It takes 2 just to take down that man.
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, Onset was talking about him. He's got aura. This guy has been grinding. You know, I talk about Zika being at 37-37 in terms of CSR and Onyx. Snipe Drone's not far behind with about 3,400. So, like I said, these guys are putting in that work. And it's being showcased here. It is though Manny and Bittersweet that have finally got a little bit of control here. It's again, a very loose setup here out of Bittersweet. We'll see how long they can hold it.
I'll be honest with you, I'm too old to know what aura means. I don't have the tiki-talks. I don't know what that is. All I know is that everybody says I have negative Riz. Is that a good thing?
No, it's bad. No? That's bad. I'm pretty sure Riz is, no, you don't want negative.
I have negative charisma?
No, it's not charisma. That's not. We'll have a lesson later, Tony. But anyway, regardless, Quadrant doing a great job here of continuing to get this time. 83 points now, and like I said, I think this is going to be a 2-0 in this oddball game.
88-43 lead here. Quadrant have control, and the moment Bittersweet go for the break, that ball's off the map. No ball time for you, Bittersweet.
I mean, this is just great by Quadrant, being very efficient, even off a spawn. Look at the attack onto the pipe side from SLG. Now if he can potentially stay alive and that kill on Descendant goes through, this could be balled towards the blue pipes, and that's exactly what Quadrant want, but they need more kills.
SLG doing so much on the map. He's on cross-map shots, ball being moved, shots onto Manny. The man is literally doing it all, and with only 10 seconds DDR for Quadrant, Sika's forced to back down, but also stays alive here. With a minute 14 seconds on the clock, will that matter much in this matchup, or do you think Quadrant ended beforehand?
Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure if they'll just play time here. I think it's going to come off of the Slays. They end up going 2 down, though, so, I mean, maybe things get a bit mixy here for the side of Quadrant. Bittersweet going to take that ball over to that elevator side, but look who's ready to attack. It's going to be Sika with a double.
What a play out of Sika. That is a confident play, and the ball was right there. I don't think, you know what? There was an angle from that doorway from Mauler. Maybe he's trying to avoid that, but I don't know. I think we start styling a little bit there.
Just put a little style on it. It's all good. And again, we got to talk about Sika, 15-9, and I can't stress it enough. Practice pays off. These guys grinding as much as they do. I'm not joking. Every time, I haven't played Halo too much in the past few months, but every time I get on, of course it's going to be Sika and Snipe Drone on my team that carry me through those matchmaking games.
They're top ranked in the playlist, also top ranked in our hearts.
Yes, I agree. 100%.
And obviously the practice is paying off. 16-9 right now, 5 assists to go along with it. Sika has been absolutely incredible so far this game. It is Descendant and Bittersweet early on that ball time. Will the early bird get the worm?
Oh, that's a big kill on the Manny. That's exactly what they kind of want here for that entrance into pipes. They have that those elevator kills. Now look at the pinch happening from the gold side as well, but let's see what Collect can do with this camo shot.
Yeah, it's a huge combination come out of Collect and doesn't even want to go in for the challenge. Instead, targets the one shot, then goes in on his terms and fights Sika. That was beautifully played by Collect. Now we switch over to King Nick, because right now Bittersweet got the kills, but he ain't got the ball.
Yeah, some confident plays out of Collect. 19-13 here in this oddball game, but again, it's not enough. Quadrant are able to scoop up that ball, like you said, and now it's another push waiting here for Bittersweet, and they've got to break through the Hydro side, which is tough.
Looks like they're trying to do some cross-map entry damage before they really commit to pushing up. There's some good damage by King Nick, but Snipe Drone with the pick. SLG takes down Descendant. That must not be what you want to see.
There's just a lot of pivs won by the side of Quadrant. They're just winning their 1v1s. I think that's a big factor here. And not only that, you don't win that 1v1 if you do win that 1v1 if you're Bittersweet, another member of Quadrant's going to come in and clean it up. They're always playing together, but winning your pivs just makes things a lot easier. That being said, it is now 3 down for Quadrant.
And Quadrant wants keeping their eyes on the prize, and although they lose that Slay engagement momentarily, I mean, Glory still sneaks away with a few bits of ball time. And again, ball is played off the map. When Bittersweet get kills, they don't get the ball.
Exactly. It's just, like we talked about with Collect, 21-13, but what's coming of those kills, right? We talk about it all the time. Some kills have a lot of importance, and some kills just pad the stats. And honestly, it's Quadrant who are getting the kills that matter.
45-13 lead. Quadrant already have a 1-round advantage. This is Bittersweet's final opportunity to stay alive in this series and potentially get themselves a better seed going into bracket play. Honestly, this could be fighting for their bracket play lives, because if you lose this, you are not guaranteed to make it into Saturday. You will have to fight an open bracket team. This is a valuable and a very important match that we're seeing right now, and one that Quadrant have a huge advantage on.
Yeah, they are making a statement here. Look at SLG once again, making sure to clean up these kills. And I'm seeing that a lot. I'm seeing a lot of these kills out of Quadrant are a lot of one-shot kills. They're cleaning up the damage that's done. that is very efficient out of the side of Quadrant, and they're getting that ball time all the while as well. So you just end up in a scenario where we're very close to that 2-0 like I talked about, and we're very close to a 3-1 series for Quadrant.
The best teams in the world just actively multitasking. I mean, they're getting ball time, they're getting on those call-outs.
Yep.
I mean, look at SLG's stat line. 17 kills, second most slays on his team, and 105 seconds worth of ball time.
Crazy.
Hey, 505 seconds worth of ball time, I'm goosing.
I'm getting negative kills, so I hear you. I
Come
hear
on.
you.
Hey, I team grenade a lot.
I'll be off the map. I don't know. Regardless, though, I mean, it's 3 down for the side of Bittersweet. Tony, I think this is over for the side of Bittersweet. As this rotation comes through, very close for Quadrant, closes this out 2-0.
The moment Bittersweet starts to take advantage, starts to take control of one side of the map, it is a full-on rotation and almost a pivotal win coming out of Snipe Drone right there. But once again, Quadrant end up going 2 down, and there's some life being shown by Bittersweet, but a mountain to climb if they want to take this one.
Yeah, Bittersweet's only alive because Quadrant are letting them be alive. That camo's coming up. This last break will potentially happen. They've given him that pipe side because they're like, you know what? We want this camo. Now the break is the important part. Will this break be successful? Collect. He goes down.
I mean, he clearly saw somebody from across the map, but didn't see that there's a ghost right behind you. That's Sika. Sika gets an easy kill right there. And now it's Sika looking to get value out of this camouflage. Going to check the A spawns first, and now wants to push up through gold.
Yeah, this is a very important push here. I like how patient he's being, but it's just because his teammates are a little slower on the push. You constantly see, though, teams that are unhinged. They go by themselves. They don't have that timing down. You see he slows down the pace when he needs to, gets a kill even, and does damage to another player, but they end up 3 down once again, Tony.
I feel it was a good strat to attack from that glass side, that battle side, every side of the map, but Bittersweet, they won some battles their own. They know what's on the line right now. They know that Quadrant are 14 seconds away from taking the win and taking the series, so they're fighting so hard, tooth and nail, in order to stay in it. You got to empty the tank at this level of competition, and right now, Quadrant are getting aggressive.
Empty that tank and empty it quick, because at this point, you're giving Bittersweet a little bit more life than you would like to if you're Quadrant. Finally, they get that ball. You see the rotation towards the bottom center, but that's a nasty shot once again, and it's only 11 points for Quadrant to win.
I mean, we said it was going to be really tough to see Bittersweet come back on that one and make this a round 3, and that's just uncalled for. That is disrespectful. Sika, we don't have a talk after this. You don't do that.
Ladies and gentlemen, 28-16 out of Sika. Again, can't stress it enough, Tony. Practice makes perfect, or close to perfect, as my dad used to say. And it's just really cool to see Sika, if you're performing at this level. It is against Bittersweet. I would love to see Quadrant kind of moving forward. I would love to see how they fare against the better teams. Obviously, they had that great series versus SSG. But again, you talked about the time. It's 2 minutes for SLG. Nice positive ratio. These guys are all-around players. It's beautiful.
I keep trying to tell y'all call him Sika when you cross the pond. When I was back in London, we called him Sika. When you out here in the A, in the ATO, we going to call that man Sika, because he's sicker than everybody else in the lobby right now. The way he was playing, 28 kills, 10 assists, a 15.3 KDA. We talk about stuff in the stats, and Sika not only was doing the objective work, but also was doing the stats, was also stuffing that stat sheet.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Quadrant fares throughout the rest of this tournament, Tony, and I think that's our last series of the day, but it was great casting with you today. We got more action tomorrow. I'm excited about it.
Oh, wait, boy, I thought we were done.
No, we got more action tomorrow and Sunday, Tony. Isn't that crazy?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see you here tomorrow, because we actually do start off day number 2 on the A stream. We're going to see who makes it out of that open bracket and who wants to fight, because we love us an underdog
yes,
story.
Sir.
Who wants to fight their way into championship bracket, guys? We'll see you tomorrow. Congratulations, Quadrant. Bittersweet, your journey doesn't end, and all right, we're done.